Johnson Gajada. Griffith. Mm-mm. So let me see. What is it? Johnson Gajada. A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Queen's Park Oval, where we have the third game in the series, the tour for the DC Hub, as they have taken on the Queen's Park Cricket Club, the under-16s, and maybe a couple of players just above the age of 16, but a good experience, I would imagine, for all concerned. As I say, good morning to one and all. Let me also say good morning to Billy Furlong, who is here with us. He's been the brain behind this whole exercise. As we look at another delivery here. This is the second over, just the one run so far, as the Queen's Park have won the toss and inserted the visitors. So again, Mr. Furlong, welcome to 360's coverage of your tour, if I could call it that.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Mr. Mark. Good morning to all our listeners here in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as all the parents and supporters up in Maryland, in the US. I know we'll have quite a number of parents tuned into the coverage as they watch the DC team start their innings with the bat.
And again, very quiet, not an explosive start. It's not like Sunday where the first over the guns blazing initially, and but from what you've seen so far, how satisfied are you?
Well, let me first say I am not the brains behind the operation. The brains behind the operation, I've never been described as that. So let's put that in context. The brains behind the operation is really Kancham Chotu out of Maryland. He, a former QRC past student, migrated several years ago and formed, as a director over there, formed this cricket club over there encompassing all the youth trying to transition from baseball and introduce cricket into the scene in the US. And of course he had the full support of a lot of migrant cricketers there, second, third generation and so on. And we see here today some of those youth players. And this is the third game on this tour, which started on Saturday, firstly against Queen's Royal College. Mr. Chotu's home team, so he had the pleasure of hosting himself, as it were, at the college. And it was pretty much a warm-up game for both teams, judging from the performance of the QRC team. The DC Hub team really took advantage of them somewhat and went on to Fatima on Sunday. And here we are, the Queen's Park Oval, the home of cricket, of international cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. And this is with the third over of the morning. Mr. Gajada resuming his stint, his second over from the media center end.
And very comfortably looking Kanchal. He's not looking bothered, although he hasn't been able to get him away. He hasn't been in too much. If anything, he chased a couple of wide deliveries in that first over. Didn't really catch up with them, but he was keen on scoring there.
Yes, he'll be pretty much excited after his knock on Sunday, bringing up his first 50 on the tour, also having a good start at the QRC game with the bat.
There he goes again, chasing one, and that's a good delivery, a little bit of angle, a little bit of away movement.
Yes, I think the level of competition at today's game is a little bit higher than what he would have seen in the previous two. Of course, he may be suffering a little bit from there was a rest day yesterday, and why I say suffering, it wasn't a rest day for them. They went up to the hike to the waterfalls up in Maracas, followed by a stint at the beach. And of course, the kids, they were back at the pool at Hilton where they're staying, so he may be feeling the effects of that somewhat.
And again, another good delivery, a little bit of movement. He's trying to turn it on the onside and then got spun around, hit the back of the bat, and went out into the offside.
Seems as though they may have tried some fishing yesterday on that hike. He seems to be fishing again today, this morning.
Well, I think the movement is probably what is probably causing him a little concern here at the moment. He probably would be better advised to stay closer to his body, which is what I liked about how he played. He played most of the deliveries right here. The bowlers had to come to him, and so he was very compact.
It seems as though Gajada is quite capable of moving that ball away from the left-hander, hence the 3 slips on the gully.
This time he is over pitching, but good stop once again. So Queen's Park not giving too much away right now.
See, just one fielding change there on the previous delivery. There was a third man in place in the gap between the 3 slips and the gully, and now he's moved a very fine leg. So clearly there's some movement away from Atra. I think he needs to start adjusting his technique, maybe his stance as well.
Again, you could just see that little curl, a little bit of swing, a little bit of away movement in the air to the left-hander. It would be interesting to see how he lines up against the right-hander, because that delivery will be coming back into the right-hander.
Yeah, seems he's made the adjustment after, 1 over and 4 deliveries. He seems to have made the adjustment to cover the line of his horse stump, play a little bit straighter rather than trying to fish at it outside the horse stump.
Again, good early swing. Should get a single here. Bad misfield there, and seemed to have it covered. And then, as they say, it wasn't covered.
Yeah, the cover was just a euphemism there. The cover fieldsman just letting that one slip through his legs, through his hands.
Yeah, that ends the over. That's the 3rd over of the morning. It's 2 without loss.
So a nice sprightly start by the 2 opening bowlers here. Vashish will resume, Rambu will resume from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He had a fairly okay start with his line and length. And Atra will be facing up to him for the first time.
Yep, he's coming. He's getting his first taste of action up here at the top end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. And all the great names of Queen's Park, and of course West Indies cricket by extension, the Jerry Carew members balcony, the Derek Murray players gallery, of course the Brian Lara Pavilion, and of course we had the Queen's Park Cricket Club, 1891 established. That's a delivery, wasn't all that short, but he made good contact. This could be the first boundary of the morning. It's rolling into the boundary it goes, and that's a good shot. A little bit of a risk involved because he was taking it from off the stump and just tugged it through mid-wicket, and he picked up a boundary.
Seems that Mr. Rambu didn't manage to adjust his line from the right-hander to the left-hander. It would have been an excellent delivery to the right-hander, starting just outside the off stump, but it's the left-hander, so it's on the leg stump. And he managed to tug it through the onside in that vacant gap through mid-wicket. And good carry for his runs across the quick Queen's Park outfield.
Yep, although it's heavily grass, it's green, but it's lightning fast. And the players will learn about that. This 2 is on the legs and clipped away. That could be another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries there for him, as he is taking a liking now at this end. So he probably might stay up at this end and not bother to bat at the southern end. Seem to be more productive at this end.
Yes, it seems as though he prefers the Maracas beach rather than the hike at the waterfall. There's no more fishing here. Everything seems to be down the leg side. And tugging that one down to a vacant backward square. There is a fine leg there, but he couldn't make the ground as it was well struck by Atra, continuing on from where he left off on Sunday against Fatima.
And he batted well there. And here he is again getting a good start. And it was a little bit sedate. Played and missed a couple of times in that first over, but with his first taste of action at the top end, seems more at home against Ramrup. Now Ramrup is going around the wicket, trying to change the angle a little bit. better line this time. Couldn't get it away.
They're just contemplating a field change as well as he went around the wicket to the left-hander and trying to feel his way into this left-hand, right-hand combination and this top batting order.
He has just 2 slips. He's in like lightning fast, Ramroop. Again, but that's going down leg. He was trying to just help it along the way, down on one knee, trying to just redirect it down the leg side, maybe deflect it further away from the fine leg.
Malik Lewis may be contemplating just maybe a fielding position just to strengthen that onside, as Ramroop seems to be struggling a bit to keep that line of top of off to Atra. There's only 2 men in front of the bat on the leg side.
Plus a fine leg. So that's 6 on the off, 3 on the on. And not just this one, a little bit risky because it was in the air. And would you believe it, it's another boundary. So 3 boundaries in this over. And that's good production. So those early overs when they just had this again, he was just leaning on it, opening the face a little bit of risk involved because he got it in the air, he didn't get over it, he just kind of redirected it. And there it is again. And placed it wide of the gully.
Inevitably, if you're struggling to keep that line outside your stump and you're straying down the leg side, one is going to go wide outside your stump. And Atra was ready and waiting just to punish it through that gap between backward point and that second slip. There's no one at third man. There is the fine leg, who is still at fine leg. Ramroop needs to recover in this over here.
A much better line this time. Fuller length also, but that ends the over. A pretty productive one. 12 coming off it. So at the end of it, 14 without loss. So a fine over because you kind of he made up really the stagger for those earlier overs that were not as productive in terms of runs.
Yes, he seems to be settled in nicely after that first over against Gajada, where he was just fishing outside that off stump. He found Ramroop to his liking in that over and punished through both the onside and the offside. But managed to getting some nice looking forward defensive, technically sound opening batsman at Atra. He was very impressive in both games. Seemed very solid at the top to get that shine of that new ball and let the middle order come in for DC and handle business later down in the innings.
And 2 games in a row they've been able to, that formula seemed to work. And here they are again trying to set another good foundation for that middle order. And that is what I was eager to see how he lines up now against the right-hander, and immediately you could see that nice big curl with the ball coming back into the right-hander.
You called it, Ruskin, that nice banana shape back into the right-hander. He was spot on his line and length there.
I suppose as he gets bigger and stronger, he would learn to that natural left-hander away movement that pitches and leaves the right-hander, and that would make him an even more dangerous bowler. He's edging, and he's gone. Well. Just putting it down there on a very, very good line, and the batsman played at it, probably trying to accommodate the inward movement. It probably didn't come back as much. If anything, it just held its own and just touched the edge on the way through. So Raja Goswami goes, and that is wicket number 114 for 1.
Raja seemed to have walked his fishing rod again from that high run yesterday. Not the bat this time. Just excellent line outside that off stump with some shape on the ball. Raja just playing far away from his body. They're not getting his head over the line of the ball. It was pretty far away to be reaching for that. But of course forced outside there by young Gajada there, looking for that outside edge, and they have broken through. So it seems it's neck and neck in terms of runners at the early start. DC Hub having scored quickly in that last over. Now pegged back a wicket. 14 for 1. Raja goes without score.
So Gajada getting that breakthrough. And I think he was deserving. He was plugging away thereabouts. First with the left-hander, now to the right. So
Shivansh Chukri seems to be the batsman making his way out to the middle.
okay.
This is it, Shivansh Chukri. DC have to settle here after losing that early wicket. There is some movement here at the Queen's Park Oval. Brand new red ball, fresh moisture on the wicket, whatever is left there in the early morning sun. And Gajada has used it well, using the condition well. Nice promising left arm, medium fast bowler from the Queen's Park team, out of the North Zone outfit. Malik seems to be setting the field. He stays with the 2-slip, backward point. Cover fieldsman short, extra cover mid-off. Short mid-wicket. Seems forward a square and fine leg.
He's again going right through there. It's touching the pad, but the umpire says not out. And again, another peach of a delivery. First up to a new batsman, almost getting through again.
Gajada has full control of this red cherry in his hands, dictating to it what he wants it to do. Nice loop there between bat and pad, going through to the wicket keeper, snagging something along the way. But appeal from the Queen's Park outfit. No dice, says the umpire. Try again, and that he will. Encouraging signs here for him.
Certainly is a good experience, as I'm sure, for these batsmen. They've seen a bowler who can actually move the ball in the air. And he is again, and certainly teasing on that off-stump line just outside.
Yes, and that is what you want to see from young Shivansh. Getting that front leg forward, all the way stretching out, reaching out to the full length, meeting the ball as it pitches. That is what I want to see from these youngsters. Nice high elbow head over the ball, negating any spin, perhaps making a step out of his crease. Is he, or is he still on the popping crease, taking his stance there again?
Shorter there, just a little variation there. But again, well played. Chakri getting on top of it.
Gajada clearly reading the conditions there, seeing that full stride forward. Just trying to keep the batsman honest there, pegging one back of a line, forcing him onto the back foot. Nice testing bowling here. The DC team would appreciate the contest. Gajada changing, seems to be coming around the wicket, left arm around now. Changing things up. Thinking bowler.
Bowled him. Right through he goes again. He was pushing at it, and they lost their second wicket here this morning. A peach of a delivery going right through the gate. And that is the end of Chakri. It's 14-4-2 now.
Young Johansson Gajada really working the conditions here. Master of this red cherry in his left hand. Reading the situation, going around the wicket and immediately penetrating the defenses of young Shivansh. He came forward, that movement out from outside the off-stump, finding what very little gap there was between bat and pad. He's just pushing at that length there rather than closing and shutting that door tight. A very impressive spell here from young Gajada. 2.2 overs, two runs, 2 wickets now. Excellent start by Queen's Park.
He's been bowling really well. He hasn't been afraid to pitch the ball up. Quite often, with the new ball, bowlers tend to try to play it short because they want to see speeding off the wicket. But when he put it in the air like that, and he gets a little movement, he has that nice sort of natural curl for him. The ball starts in one line, but by the time it gets to the batsman, it's on a different line. And these youngsters, I'm sure, will recognize that you have to keep your eyes on the ball right onto the bat and make that adjustment, and it's a late adjustment most times.
This is Wesley Jackson to the crease. That wicket falling at the last ball of the last over.
So from 14 without loss to 14 for 2. Certainly a big change. A double wicket maiden.
So Captain Wesley Jackson coming in, he's at the non-strikers end. Rambo will continue. And there is a change in the... No, it's just that man going back to the forward of square. Just to the right of the umpire. So that short mid-wicket and square leg on the onside as Rambo comes back in again to Atra.
Again, just not giving him too much to work with, just allowing him to try to come out to get to him. He would be confident against him though. Ramroop went for 12 in the last over, 3 boundaries. So I'm sure Kanchal will be keen to continue with the runs flow. Short ball and kind of got a single, tried pushing it out, pulling it nice, but kind of got it up on him. It got a little bit big on him, and he was able to just sort of fend it off his body. Got it to square leg for another easy single.
Short man after us, so anything short of a link, he's looking to get onto that back foot, a la Sunil Gavaskar, which not a shortish shortish right hand batsman we saw coming out of India here punishing West Indies so long ago in the Queen's Park Oval.
You had to remind me, didn't you?
I think that is forever stained in our memories. This is the captain, Jackson, facing his first ball against Ram. Tall individual, big strapped young man, 250s behind him.
And I don't think they've dismissed him just yet. Immediately he's off the mark. And a full toss, just pushing it, didn't really try to hit it too hard. And but he must be brimming with confidence right now. He's had 2 big knocks, 2 good knocks, 2 unbeaten knocks as well.
Yes, and his technique looks very solid. He's a very aggressive number 4 batsman. Seems an excellent temperament as well.
Does hit the ball hard. Speaking about hitting the ball, here's the well played on drive for a couple, not hit as firmly as the others.
This is one of the things, Ruskin, that we look at with these younger bowlers who tend early on to struggle with their line and length. Would you as captain try to reinforce that onside for him, just to give him that little bit of, not leaking for a run, so he could try and search and find his line and length a little bit more?
Well, it is, and it's, but sometimes remember too, a lot of the captains, they focus almost on what is happening in and around the wicket, as opposed to seeing the whole picture. So something like that you're talking about is, because he set the field on the onside, he's probably going to stick to that field, because his focus invariably is with the bowler and the batsman. But you're right. If he's really thinking about how he's going to limit the scoring on there, that is an easy gap to plug. Edging, brilliant catch, indeed, and that's a fine catch. He was going one way, then the next, and he took it in that left glove, almost falling back to his left-hand side, and that's a fine catch there by wicketkeeper Sukwa. And that is the end of Kanchal, who's played very well indeed for his...
How much? How much he made?
14.
14.
Yeah, so he made 14, but it's a fine catch by Sukwa behind the stumps for the Parkites, and Ramroop has a wicket.
We focused on trying to get Ramroop to be economical, and he said, hold that. Fine delivery. Just stepping across Atra, fishing again, and what an excellent catch by Jesse Sukwa there. One-handed into the left glove, making the change around the wicket. Ramroop and angled into Atra, trying to find that gap again, but there's no gap there between first slip and the wicket keeper. And that left arm glove there, just outstretched, grabbing onto a fine catch. And now Queen's Park has broken again.
18 for 3 now. So things are moving along rather quickly. And it's really going to be up to this pair to try to steady things here. First of all, they want to stop the flood of wickets, because we'd had 3 wickets go down in the last 2 overs.
Captain Jackson would find that this would be his most important knock thus far on the tour. It's the first time he is in the wicket with the score just under 50. He will have to now consolidate. We get to see another side of his batting now. Let's see if that temperament will be tested.
Driven beautifully. That could go all the way. It's rolling to the boundary. It's closing in, but he won't get there. And that's nicely played. Very positive indeed. Despite the flood of wickets going down, he's not gone into his shell.
I tell you, the best form of defense is attack in the mind of young Wesley Jackson there. That ball outside the off stump. And he just, that left leg just making room and playing through the line of the ball between mid-off and cover, penetrating that gap, and the ball having enough speed to get to that boundary with a nice chase down there. It looks like the young Juman there, chasing it all the way to the boundary rope, and that's a nice start from Wesley Jackson, setting the example. Skipper today, skipper on this tour. It's an interesting contest now, as only 2 on the leg side, short mid-on and a fine leg.
He's again, and that mid-on does very well indeed, because had that gone past him, at least a run, because the mid-off is very straight, so he probably would have been able to track it down.
It would have been another chase for young Juman there.
Yep.
These young boys, he would have run it all the way down to the boundary, but that was so well timed. I think he would have lost there again. Jackson really looking good here.
On his pads again, they're just starting too much on the stumps, and just not trying to hit it too hard. And Jackson picking up a comfortable couple.
He just seemed to be using the angle of the ball, angling into his pads and working the ball to the right of that short mid-on and rotating strike. Managing to get 2 as well. Excellent running.
Because I think the batsmen will be happy that they get good value for their shots on an old field like this. Again, beautifully placed right in between, and this is going to be another foot race. Does he get there? No, I think it hit the ropes, although, and it was stopped, but I think it might have actually struck the ropes all the way there. He might have touched it, and I didn't see a signal from the umpire.
Yes, I think it went into the ropes there. An exquisite off drive there, testing Juman down there again. Another one for him to chase down. But it was 4 all the way as it left the bat.
I think that ball did cross the fence, although I don't think he was credited with the 4 runs, but he got 2 anyway. And a little bit of a change up here, going the short route.
Carter just showing him he has that fast bowler's response in him, trying to keep Jackson honest, trying to nip in a short one at him. It was a little too wide though. You want to get that just over his right shoulder to tuck him up. There isn't much of a field placing set for it though, but maybe you just want to change things up a bit for Jackson, who is just stretching out on that front foot and looking very comfortable.
So he's going around the wicket now. It worked for him the last time. Hey, why not try it again? much too far outside the off stump. In fact, he might have gotten away with a wide there, and you could see Jackson pleading his case as if to say, why wasn't that a wide? Anyhow, 26 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yes, he seemed to be pleading for that wide delivery there as if he didn't have enough runs in that over. Trying to get every run out here with this start that they have. Pegged back a little bit at 3 for 26. And they have not been in this situation on this tour thus far. But they do have the right man in charge out there. Prolific run scorer on tour so far.
But that's why you play these games, so that the players get these opportunities to think on their feet, to work through situations, to steer difficult situations squarely in the face and try to come out, on top on the other side. So while it might be a little dicey situation for them, if these two can really put their heads down and put together a good little partnership, who knows what's going to happen. Kotali is the new batsman, and Ramrup is going around the wicket to the left-hander.
He's going to be facing his first ball of the innings, his first ball from Ramrup, who trying to get that one again outside the off stump. I think Atra the last time.
And this time he's pitching up, but Kotali right in behind it.
So some consolidation maybe on the mind of young Siddharth there, left-hand batsman, facing up to Ramrup here. His captain is well capable at the other end. He would just want to hang around with him, play himself in for the rest of the innings. Get a long knock here.
Gets a one that keeps a little bit low, and he hurriedly kept it out of his pads, because I could very well have heard the appeal going up. They all seem ready to go up in appeal, except that the bat came and spoiled the whole bit of action there for them.
Yes, that was very well targeting the stumps. Very much so, maybe keeping a tad bit low by the exaggerated movement of the batsman.
He was pitching up again, but a little bit of swing for him. You could see the ball curl and was heading down leg. But the batsman missed it, and it clipped his boot.
That shot there very much of our very own Agustin Logie. With that one leg, back leg up in the air, flicking it through mid-wicket. No contact that time though.
Pitching up again, and a thick outside edge. That too is going to race away to the boundary for 4.
Not where you want to be for young Ramrup. He has to strive to get that consistency in his line and length. His team is on top, and very tight at the other end. He himself having a wicket to his name. He want to solidify his line and length and cement his position as the opening bowler on this team. These youngsters here very much challenging each other for the key spots on teams like these. This Queen's Park outfit, vast number of players available. You want to seize the opportunities when you get them.
Yeah, I think Queen's Park has like about 5 different teams. Well bowled again, just touching down and leaving, and almost touching the edge on the way through.
Yes, that's where you want to be. That's where you want to be testing that batsman outside that off stump, on about that off stump. I think even the DC team, even the management and the coach Jason and Kancham, they would be maybe a little happy that their team is being tested finally on the tour.
Driven again into the gap. That's 4 runs. It was struck hard. It was in the air, but he hit it so powerfully. It flew past the man close in there at extra cover, and mid-off never had a chance. So that's 2 boundaries now in this over. 34 for 3 at the end of it.
There's a punishing shot there. There's pitched outside the off stump. Was it saying hit me? Was it a hit me ball, Ruskin Mark?
Well, it was well up. That's the thing. You look at it again. It was right in his arc there, and all he had to do was just place it. He didn't try to hit it too hard, although he did hit it pretty hard. But he didn't try to overly hit it with that cover drive, and he executed it beautifully.
A touch of IPL mentality in that shot, as it were.
Yep, you know, and once you keep your shape like that, because the ball is moving sometimes, even from Ramroop, every so often he gets one to do a little something off the wicket or in the air, so you have to keep your eyes on him, and he could be deceiving as well.
So a little bit of a long spell here for these two opening bowlers here. They're very much on top, so why not give them that extra over?
Yeah, if you're getting wickets, chances are they probably don't want to give the ball back to the captain. And again, and that's the delivery that I think is going to make him a good bowler. Once he masters the art of taking the ball away from the...
He said, you know,
that's a gift, and gift accepted, and they're going to get a couple more, probably a boundary, yes. So again, he probably didn't hit it as well as he wanted to. Came off the bat at a little bit of an awkward angle. He probably should have played it a lot squarer. However, he will take it. The result is what matters, especially at this stage where you've lost 3 quick wickets, and he will accept that boundary.
Yeah, he's just looking at that gap in there, and probably just has it to his peripheral vision that there's a gap there, and if I could get enough on it, there's runs there to be had, particularly against Gajada, who's been so tight on his line and length. Maybe tiring a little bit now.
Again, that away movement, but he's playing well. He might get a single. Yes, they will get a single here, and they're trying to punish every little bit of lapse in the field because the fielder had the ball. It sort of bounced away from him. Didn't go very far. There was somebody backing up, and nevertheless, they were still able to sprint through for the single to complete the over. So 2 boundaries plus the single as well, and certainly things continuing to churn around here.
This time it was a little bit better judgment in that single. It was away from the fielder to his right, played out to forward point area. So they took that chance. They took that chance to go for it this time. And it wasn't the same fielder who was at point to the right-hander. And then that little bubble there allowed them to get through quite comfortably. Putting pressure on the field, that's what you have to do. When you peg back a little bit or wickets have fallen, you try to play those gaps, put pressure on the field, take those signals, rotate the strike, break up the line and length of the bowling.
So we're gonna have a bowling change. From the southern end, Ramrupa is going to get a bit of a breather.
It's a left-arm spinner, orthodox spinner.
And but the field is well. Everybody's spread. They have 4 men out on the boundaries, and he's bowling his first delivery.
Good
nice
start.
loop.
Yeah, very nice loop. Good start there. Bang on target. He's bowling to a long off, long on, and a mid-wicket 3/4 way to the boundary. Those are his protection in the outfield.
Play on a miss as he was pitching up again, teasing the batsman outside the off stump there, and Kotali couldn't resist on that occasion. Didn't get a touch. Still can't get it through. And but you think of this whole experience for these youngsters, and you can't help but be happy for them. Shorter delivery, cutting just past, slip. They've gone for 1, and I don't think they're going to get a second. Gajada was quickly onto it. Jordan Mohammed, the left-arm spinner.
Captain Wesley comes into strike to face this left-arm orthodox bowling. There's a hint of drift from him, a nice loop in the air.
I'd really like to see batsmen use their feet, but it's not something you could just do in a game. It's using your feet is something you have to practice, because you have to get your body into position to execute the shot. And this time he opted to stay on the back foot as opposed to going onto that front foot.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He just wanted to see how much spin was there for the bowler, just allowing it to pitch. A ball he should have been forward to, but able to read it off the pitch and protecting his stumps.
Watchful again. And if anything, the ball is not spinning away as much, coming in with the angle. So that completes the first over from Jordan Mohammed. And that's just the single coming off of it. So that would take it up to 41.
Nice start there by the young left-arm spinner, Jordan Mohammed. Seemed to be bang on target. That one ball that came off the outside edge to the left-hander. And a nice start, a nice loop. He seems to have some good variation. And it'll be a nice test for these batsmen here who want to keep the score ticking over despite losing early wickets. They want to keep some momentum here. Wesley, we have seen he's very eager to use his feet and be aggressive against the spinners in the last few games. And at that height and that reach that he has, it's a bonus for him. If he could get there quickly, smother some spin or just play through the line of the ball, it would be an interesting contest again. Kajda continuing a long spell.
Yep. Playing a little bit away from the body there, just trying to accommodate that away movement. So you can see that the batsman is trying to work out how is the best way for him to play. And one school of thought is if the ball is moving, then play for the one that's going to hit the stumps. The one that is going away is going to miss anyway, so you might as well just leave it rather than hang the bat out there. And here he is again, just drifting onto the pads. Might be getting a little fatigued now, and probably don't have the same control as he had earlier.
Yeah, maybe tiring somewhat. There's less movement, less swing from the ball. Maybe pitching that one middle and a leg, thinking that he's going to get that banana shape towards the slip. But that one, the ball holding its line there, continuing on through to the pads.
He's in the 6th over on the trot.
It's important even to get those leg buys if you're not going to get bad on it.
Again, you can see him striving for that away move. Maybe it is as the ball gets older and he could probably grip it a little bit better, he could then get the movement. What he has to learn is how to do both even when the ball is new, is to use the body to get it away and then also bring it back into the right-handers. It's something that Bernard Julian used to do very well, and so he'd be well advised to look at and copy the likes of Julian. See, again, he's trying to push it away. So now that the ball is older and his length is just back of a good length, the ball isn't getting time to swing anymore. And there's still a good breeze. You look at the flags fluttering in the distance. So he could still put it up there and see if it will come back for him. This time he's going with the tide here, and it's hit high in the air. It bounces once. I don't think it's going to roll into the boundary. It's getting close, but it won't get there, and they'll be happy with 2. But that was a big hit, and again, going through the line of the ball, and he didn't time it as well. It got under it, but he didn't get distance.
There we see the experience somewhat of the Captain Jackson, and he's in such good form. He knows where the gaps are. And as Clive Lloyd would say, there's a lot of room in the air.
Always room in the air.
Particularly over that short mid-on. And he went with bat flowing through the line, but hitting high up on the bat, getting a lot of height and enough distance.
This time, keeping a little bit low. If you notice, his length is a little bit back. He's not pitching up as much as he was doing earlier when he was getting that big generous swing. 3 off the over, and at the end of it, it goes up now to 44.
Yep, 44. Yep, 44,
for the loss
44
of 3
runs,
wickets. Yep.
loss of 3 after 11 overs.
I was making the point to them that I experienced this playing at this youth level, playing against international teams, both at the junior level and at the senior level. Because I remember playing against the Pakistani Airways, um, was in Barry, and some of these other players played in that game here. We played with the West of England schools. And in fact, I think I captained the secondary schools team against them. And that was a good experience to play against them. And so I could just understand and really understand what these kids are going through right now. Here again is Mohammed pitching up.
Now, one of the questions I wanted to ask you when I heard you on commentary again today was just to pick your brain. How, just for our listeners as well, back in when you were at this level and you had that touring experience, how much is it different to the youth now, where they have a lot of things available for them in terms of equipment, venues, facilities, and back when you did this, so just a couple years ago,
Yeah,
when you were involved, how different was it in your preparation? How different were the facilities you stayed at and the competition you played against?
Well, the good thing, well, the difference, here's the difference. You were just mentioning that your players stayed at staying at the Hilton, right? When we toured, we stayed at homes, at families' homes. We arrived at the airport at Heathrow. We drove by coach to the competition edge, just going past the wicketkeeper on this occasion, and long chase here for Ramroop, or rather for Lewis, who was able to pick it up, and 2 runs resulting from it.
This keeper Jesse Sukwa didn't seem to
Yeah, he
pick up on the edge. It was a fine edge. It would have been very close to his glove. Even the first slip reaction was slow.
And probably it's because it was just enough of an edge to take it away from his glove, because he probably would have had the gloves committed to receiving the ball, and then the edge just took it out of his grasp and moved it away from him.
I'm wondering if it was just a quicker delivery. We've seen him flight a lot of them and get some drift. Was
And
it
if you
perhaps he
notice-
pushed one through?
If you notice, he doesn't spin all. Some come with the arm, so it might have been one that just kind of held its own and hit the outside edge. And nicely driven on that occasion, so they're going to get another one. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely all the same. So 47 for 3 at the end of that over.
As we see with those left-arm spinners nowadays in limited overs, there's such abundance of them, Akil Hussain, Jadeja and the like. We tend to see sometimes they just hold that seam up just to get that drift and get their line and length and that variation. So they don't want to turn all of them. They're not going to flight all of them. Those are what the batsmen are looking for. So sometimes you see that seam up one.
And this is part of the development of the game, because they practice it a lot. And you're talking about how things are different now. Like I said, when we stayed at homes, so like I stayed at the captain, because when he came to Trinidad, he stayed at my home. And so when we went back to England in a reciprocal visit, they returned the favor. But when we arrived at Heathrow, before we even got to the county ground, the Hampshire county ground, we went straight to Lord's. So we actually had a visit at Lord's the very same day we arrived at Heathrow. And then it's from there, then we met the families for the first time. And, then we kind of dispersed, and then we got back together for practice sessions, and then played the games. But all the while, it was so new. Everything was so different. Remember in England, the conditions are different, so you have to adjust to that. The food is different. And, so I think all of those things the players are probably going through right now, what they like, what they don't like. I don't know if they've had a bacon shack, I don't know if they've had a roti, their doubles, whatever it is. Another peach of a delivery just going across there and beating that outside edge.
This may be young Juman.
Ethan, no,
No, Kadir,
Kadir Juman, yep.
if I'm not mistaken, that may be him.
So again, just doing enough there, not really spinning the ball back into the left-hander. I think he's starting to stay on that back foot there, waiting to see if Juman will come to him. This time he gets a little bit of turn, and once again the fielders kind of bubbled the ball and allowed them to get a single when there was a chance of limiting them to just a dot ball.
That is young Juman. I've had the pleasure of playing with him and against him in our Fet Match League, which we take part in at the Queen's Park Oval in our Fet Match circuit. His dad, Zahir Juman, is a member of the Curep Sports Club.
Right.
And they both play for that club. He's a student of Hillview College. Plays for the under-16 team as well.
And again, this is the opportunity because I always tell people this. While I played youth cricket for Trinidad, I never played under 15 or under 16 cricket for Trinidad. I went from playing like just playing cricket straight into playing under 19 cricket. So I was even 16 years and I was already playing under 19 cricket. And but those experiences were good because I got to play for a number of years. I would have trained with the likes of Bernard Julians, Kamabach, and Kitu Ray, and some of the others. So by the time when I got my turn, the Rajas and the Harold Joseph.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So we were like seasoned players back then at that age group because most of us played both senior and junior cricket together.
And that is the advantage of when you have youngsters who parents are involved in the game, much like Juman and myself, my son as well. They both play for the team their parent plays for, and they get that indoctrinated into senior cricket level at a very early age. They tend to mature at a faster rate.
Yeah, but that's another beauty, just beating the outside edge, and goes through to be taken no touch, so he survives. And at the end of it, 49 for 3. The players will get a little refreshment. I think they deserve it as well.
And it's been a good first hour's play for the Queen's Park team, snagging 3 early wickets. But it's a nice fight back here by the DC Hub team. 49 runs with the captain out there in the middle, and finding a good companion here with young Sid. And the spinners are back on from both ends now. Gajada finally earning a well-deserved break.
So was he talking about a break while the players take some refreshment? We too will take a breather. And welcome back as the players have a refreshment. 49 for 3, 13 overs gone. And these two digging in here right now. Jackson, the captain, is on strike. And he gets a nice flight to delivery again. And Mohammed not afraid to give it generous flight.
Mohammed has been very impressive with his start. So too Juman in his first over from the opposite end.
Shorter delivery, and this is struck. It's going in the air, straight down the throat of the man out there in the that looks like Juman out there, and he took a nice catch. It was hit straight at him, and he gleefully accepted it. And that is the fall. That's the first time we've seen Jackson dismiss, and really, it was a gift. It was a short ball, but again, he had to apply the power on it. But this is a much bigger field than some of the others that he's played on. And there was Juman just waiting in the deep to accept it.
There's Jackson there, not getting the freedom he's had in this inning that he had in the other innings. The bowling is much tighter, much more control, and an ill-advised shot second ball after the drinks break. You wanna settle yourself, get your eye back in, read the pace of the wicket. You know, get yourself back into gear, but there he was immediately trying to pull shortish delivery, but there is protection out there. He's hitting against the wind, which is one of the things the DC club needs to take into consideration when hitting here in the air, the oval. That side is where the northeasterly comes in from, so he's hitting against the breeze. He's a powerful young man, but this time we saw Juman just taking a step in, steadying himself, judging that ball coming into the wind to anticipate when it will fall. And Jackson losing his wicket there for the first time on this tour, going for 13 runs. Not the wicket they wanted to lose.
Well, obviously they have some work to do here now, because when you lose somebody who's as prolific as Jackson, you always want to make sure. But Rahil Shah is the new batsman.
Rahil Shah, the opening bowler for the DC team, all-rounder really. All of these young players can both have ability with the bat and the ball. He's coming to a testing situation here at 49 for 4.
Wide signal, so
Mohammed just losing his concentration after that wicket, probably still celebrating in his mind, capturing the big scalp of Wesley Jackson. Has to get focus again, back into that tight line and length.
Okay, he is driving and missing, not by much, and Bales whipped off in a flush there by Sukwa.
Nice flight loop. Ball dipping in. This outfit here trained under Gregory Davis of the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
So the 50s on the board. Trying to somehow just get him away there.
Queen's Park team very strong. Had a good opening spell with the new ball. Now their spinners are right on top here. The Gregory Davis coaching clinic has been around for a couple decades now and has produced these youngsters, nurturing them up all the way from under 13 level on to all the way up to the national team and onto the premiership team even.
Yeah, Gregory has been doing his thing very quietly, not really making much of a fuss, but the end of the over, a successful one at that, and at the end of it 50 for the loss of 4 wickets now. And actually we were saying it was Juman, but Juman is coming from all the way from Midon. It's actually Kula is the
yes, a much bigger in stature than
is
young
the one
Juman.
Akshay Kulai.
This Queen's Clark team, this is my home venue. When I play in the Davis Cup, my team is here. A charity tournament preceding the departure of the Queen's Park youth team to that Sir Gary Silver's competition in Barbados. So we try to have a Brian Davis 30-over tournament every year to generate funds. And some of these youngsters will be featuring in that team.
And that's a good shot, but again, not hit with any real power, and easily tracked down there by Mohammed.
This team is most likely, most of them will be on that tour to Barbados come July with the Queen's Park Cricket Club under Gregory Davis. And that tournament we take part 30 overs, the Davis Cup tournament. My team as well as other teams are feeders, where we get to adopt 2 of these young players into our team. And they play that tournament as well. So we get a chance to impart some of our experience to these young men playing under that 30-over condition and the white ball at night to just add to their experience.
Yeah, I think a lot of these kids love playing night cricket.
We have the likes of Andrew Rambaran and so on, West Indies former under-15 captain, now under-19 player. He was a member of our team 2 years ago at that Davis Cup tournament. So was Josh Davis, the son of Gregory Davis, the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 captain. He played in that tournament as well, and they would have started right here.
Another very tidy over so far, not giving much away, Juman. Keeping it very, very tight indeed. Pressure is on here now for the visitors. They really have to figure out a way. And that always helps. But this too could be a wicket. And that's a brilliant catch there indeed, taken by Jordan Mohammed. Running back and judging it very well indeed. And just like that, they've lost yet another wicket. And Kotali is the man who has to depart, trying to get on with things. It's 50 for 5.
And what a good catch there from young Jordan Mohammed, showing us all of his wares, not just with the ball, but now in the field. Difficult catch to judge. High up in there in the morning sun, just at 12 o'clock midday sun, he would have seen it coming through there. Sun in his eyes. He kept his eyes on the ball, outstretched on his left side, his stronger side, grabbed on, held on as he tumbled down, and an excellent catch. And Queen's Park very much on top here.
I think Kotali made 18. That might be the top score so far. And certainly a wonderful opportunity. So 50 for 5 now.
So Juman adding to the wickets column.
Yeah, it's such a great opportunity. I always say this because you never know which of these players will go on to do, great things, and they will always reference having played. This is their first trip overseas. So some of them, if not all of them, Well, I remember when we went to England, it was like that. I probably was the only one that would have traveled before. Having played youth team cricket and going to Jamaica and other Caribbean islands prior to that. So by the time we arrived in England, it was, to me it's a simple thing. Guys had to get passports. Some of them didn't even have that, because you don't hear about that, but that's part of the whole experience for them.
Yeah, they're starting from scratch, as it were, with trying to get all your documents in order, all your ducks in a line. Similarly, with your experience at Lord etched in your memory at that young age. Similarly, for these players from the DC Hub, this experience surely will be etched in their memory.
And that's 4 runs. That's a first ball, and he didn't waste any time at all putting that away. Shah not missing out on that occasion.
Certainly these young boys, maybe for some of them it will not be the experience they want to remember. So early down with 5 wickets down for 50 runs. Maybe they're still feeling a sense some butterflies in the stomach at this venue, entering the Queen's Park Oval. It was much anticipated, mostly by the parents
Right.
that we were playing, because they would have been hearing about the Queen's Park Cricket Club and the Brian Lara Pavilion.
Well, they share in the dressing room that some of the greats of the game would have utilized over the years.
I was sharing this story with them about young Brian Lara on his debut for West Indies at his home venue. And I wonder if he felt like a stranger when he saw his gear out on the front lawn when he returned from the nets. Very infamous story. He would have been here with a team like this, under 16 team from Queen's Park outfit. He would have been playing in games like these.
And you could see, at this age, a lot of them show, early promise, early potential. And very watchful on that occasion. Coming right out, Alvin Sami.
Mohammed, a very thinking bowler, tossing that one high up in the air, just to tempt that batsman, knowing that they're 5 wickets down, trying to buy a wicket as it were. Very thinking bowler.
Because even though he's giving it air, it's not getting to you in a hurry. You have to try to get it and maybe apply the power on it. And that's exactly what happened to Jackson. He had to hit it. And while he hit it, he didn't really clear the man at deep mid-wicket.
It's that yo-yo analogy. Always seems apt for bowling like this. When you let that yo-yo go, and you have that ball on a string, as it were, tied onto your middle finger, and you think it's coming at you, and the spinner just holds it back, and you end up reaching for it, skying it up in the air.
The trick for a bowler like that is when he can produce a quicker one and really put you in stitches. 56 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yes, I was expecting that last delivery might have been pushed through. Just that thinking, Ruskin, that he held up so many, tossed them up in the air. Maybe that last one he would have pushed through. That over seemed to be in slow motion from the bowler.
Yeah, he does give it like generous flight, unlike, say, a Derek Underwood, who had a long run up, but he really just kind of speared it in and hoped that he'll beat you not just with flight but with speed. So once it turns, the speed at which he used to bowl, you didn't have much of a chance of making an adjustment.
It would have been difficult to characterize his bowling in today's game.
Yeah, he would be probably a medium pacer.
Medium pacer, yeah. Like Chris Carnes and those guys.
Yeah.
You're not sure what they're going to bowl. Chris Harris as well, because that type of bowler.
Let's say a Chandrasekhar, who, when he brought his hand over, the ball used to be coming so fast sometimes.
Interestingly enough, the director from Maryland, Kancham Chotu, had a very similar bowling action to that of Chandrasekhar. We used to call him that at school.
Chandra. So Juman is going to continue, and I'm sure he would want to see if he could test Sami here, see how Sami will react. Right out in front. Sami, look at Sami's trigger movement. Just initially he covers that middle and off stump, and then he starts to push from there. He does have an early trigger movement, and already he is in position. So now that ball is lined on his leg stump, he's already inside the line of it to take advantage.
Not as exaggerated as Shivnarine Chandapur, but he does have a somewhat open stance. And then his back and across, his left leg comes all the way across to that off stump to cover that line and pick that line up. Interesting setup from the young man Alden.
Steve Smith does it too. Steve Smith gets right across his stumps.
I don't think anyone will know how to describe what Steve Smith does.
Not even Steve Smith?
Not even
it's
Steve
a quicker delivery.
Maybe Marcus Labuschagne might be the closest person to describe what he does.
Because he tries to copy it, in a lot of ways. But, when you look at these youngsters play, you just don't know who they copy. They just see something that they like and it works for them. So they'll obviously try to do it, or maybe they're influenced by their coaches.
Maybe it's an amalgamation of sorts, maybe different players that they see. But these young kids nowadays, they have their own style and their own thinking. Sometimes the traditional technique goes out the window.
He is again like the flight. He saw it, and he wanted to get after it.
I think coaches these days, as with the coach of Bumrah from the Indian team, they tend not to tweak too much of a bowling action or a batting action of a batsman. See what he can do first with his own style, and then maybe try to hone in his particular technique. Because no one now wants to tell a bowler, don't do this or don't do that. They try to get him to improve at what he is doing and correct what they see. To try, so if he's bowling that line and length that you want, you just try to get him stronger and conditioning to continue doing that.
57 for 5 at the end of the over.
Or we may not be seeing a Bumrah as he is in this present day.
Well, yeah, I could think of a lot of players who might have been discouraged from doing what they started off doing, and then had to change. In fact, I think a lot of English cricketers would have suffered as a result of that thinking, because a lot of the coaches had a manual, and this is what you're supposed to do, and this is how
I too had that same manual, one from Colin Cowdrey, that textbook I studied day and night, and then of course the cricketing book from Geoffrey Boycott.
Very watchful, but again, now you see it. You saw South Africa do it with Antini and some of the others. You kind of like take what the player comes with, and you just try to embellish it and to hone it and to harness it as best as you can. Almost holding out there to that short cover, extra cover position there. It was in the air for a while, but luckily Sammy survives. Playing much too early.
But this is what you want to see, the mentality there, that mindset, no risk involved in the mind of the batsman, trying to get to the pitch of that ball and just rotate the strike and get those singles in. And with 5 wickets down, you want to try and get to that 30 over mark without losing any more wickets.
Goes driving again. This time he gets good contact, but just a one for Shah.
Back in my day, in the late 80s, early 90s, we worked the scoreboard at the Oval. At QRC, we walked across, we lift up all the boards under the pavilion, took them across to the scoreboard, up 3 flights of stairs, and we would see
These
Malcolm
are the long
Marshall,
boards, with the
even
names,
the
the
long board,
nameplates.
and we would see Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall storming in. We went home and copied those bowling actions.
Yep. Yeah, I think I had a little bit of Michael Holden in my run-up at one point. There's another good delivery, just missing that outside edge.
When we returned home, I was bowling at my brother, one over of Malcolm Marshall like this, another from Joel Garner up here, and develop our abilities like that.
You were a hybrid bowler. You invented the hybrid long before we had hybrid vehicles. Yes, again, just teasing, just touching down on that good line and tempting the batsman.
Continuing to build pressure with that steady line and length. Do we get to see the faster one here?
So now they put the short extra cover and a short cover close in. There is a man on the deep as well. This time he's going aerial, but we'll only get a single.
You could see him just checking the shot there, not wanting to reach the fielder in the deep, but ensure that he doesn't lose his wicket but still get the run, going onto the onside because of that added fieldsman in front of the bat on the offside. So thinking through the situation, and that is what you want to see the youngsters doing. Assessing, making changes to their game plan, working through the situation and meeting that target. The target would have been adjusted by the coaches and the strategy team. And now they have to work towards the new strategy to try and post a competitive total here to challenge this Queen's Park side. And if their batting is as good as we've seen from their bowling, DC Hub will have to come good to restrict them to whatever total they get.
60 for 5 it is at the end of the over. 17 gone. This is over number, it should be 19 at this end.
Should be the 19th over, yes, Juma. continuing.
So Juman doing well, keeping the batsman quiet in the most part.
Has 3 fielders out into the deep, a sweeper on the offside, a straight mid-wicket 3/4 way to the boundary and a long off.
Nice generous flight again, just doing enough to keep the batsman on that front foot, but they're not attacking him on the front foot. Flutter. Good variation here from young Juman, keeping the batsman thinking all the time about what is coming next.
Sitting that ball into that fields one day at short mid-wicket. There's an extra cover in and catching positions really to keep that pressure on. One slip where young Juman seems to be targeting to take his wickets in that slip or LBW.
Playing across the pad there a little bit, kind of got himself in a little tangle there, and then had to bring the bat across the front of the pad.
I think he's going to push one outside the off stump now just for variation. Again, working onto that middle and off line. The game is being played between 3 persons.
End of the over, maiden, 60 for 5 at the end of it.
Another solid over from Juman, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, he's been bowling well. He's been very generous with his flight, but he hasn't overdone it, unlike Mohammed at the other end, who's very generous with his flight, but the batsmen somehow are hesitant to try to come out to him, and he's taking advantage of that because he persisting with that very high loop on the ball. And when you give the ball a loop like that, batsmen tend to, as we say, drown in honey. They want to get after him. This one is hit in the air, but that's well played. That's 4 runs. Again, it was a nice high loop, and this time he got him on the full, and he pushed it through that mid-wicket region for 4 runs.
A loose delivery there from Mohammed. A rarity for him. Unpunished over mid-wicket, down with that gap between mid-wicket on the boundary and long on. Well put away. That is what you want to have as well. Batsmen that get bogged down do get a loose delivery and sometimes they mistime it. But he was able to get over the ball, kept his eyes on it and put it away.
Again, Mohammed shortening this time. And so maybe he too recognizes that he can't persist with just tossing it up. He has to do something different. And on that occasion, he was a lot shorter.
Seems as though the flight to tempt the batsman down the wicket hasn't been working. He's trying some other variations.
Short again. And a comfortable single to push the score on to 65 now for 5. So they're trying to dig themselves out of a hole here at the DC hub. I understand there was a collapsed bridge somewhere in the Baltimore area this morning. It's almost like a ship struck the bridge and it collapsed.
Seen the container ship collided with one of the stanchions of the bridge at Baltimore.
I remember my daughter did one of her internships in Baltimore. So we had to go and get her like an apartment and different things. So it was close to the waterfront, and it's really picturesque, really nice. We drove past the Ravens facility. And a wide signal there. We haven't seen too many of those. They've been very consistent with their lines.
Heard there were some vehicles on the bridge, so hoping there weren't too many casualties.
Down the wicket he goes early. He was trying to get at him, and this time, instead of going straight, because there is that mid-off and the long on, a long off and a long on, he decided to go over mid-wicket, but he missed completely.
Clearly he's targeting that area from any loose deliveries.
Could probably go inside out, go over extra cover. That might be a better option for him. Again, he's on the back foot, opening up early, thinking of maybe going on the onside, and then had to kind of reach back to play through the offside to end the over, and I ended up with 67 for 5.
He seemed to have that initial back and pulling away from to the short balls as if he's going to carve it over mid-wicket, and then having to adjust and push that one through the offside. Similarly with the one that beat him earlier in the over, his weight is going one way and he's trying to force it through on the offside. May do well to get behind the line of the ball and cover drive off the back foot with that high elbow. Get a better timing of it, push it through that gap, a cover, and try to pick up a couple or even more.
You know, one of the things that you were talking about, what was new, what was different, would have been equipment, because helmets are now coming in, you know, and that kind of, we saw like a different gloves and batting gloves and what have you. In fact, we saw a whole new set of equipment, because Duncan Fernie was now coming onto the scene. So we were, I think I had a Duncan Fernie contract at one time. And of course, you know, when you're in a team like that and one player has like an equipment contract, everybody wears that. Sometimes I was like...
I remember being very fortunate. 1992 won Secondary School Cricketer of the Year amongst 5 chosen in those days, along with Keno Mason, Didonat Ramnarine, just to name a few. And one of the prizes we won was a Duncan Fernley bat. Of course, I never hit a ball with it. I put that on my bedhead and it was a prize.
Give him some air and got it on the full, but he didn't take full advantage of it.
I'll give you a funny story about cricket bats. I played at Currency along with a guy named Imtiaz Ali, who played for Moosai Sports in Trinidad at one point in time. And I got a bat.
That's the son of the Imtiaz Ali.
I got a bat passed down from Brian Lara to Ian Bishop, who gave it to Kurt Nualo, who was the coach of the North Zone, who also played for Crompton at the time, where my uncle Bob Sarafat was the opening batsman with him. He loaned this dying drive to me to play QRC against Belmont Secondary. And I would bat at 5 and Imtiaz would open the batting. Of course, Imtiaz snagged it, made a double 100, and I never got to use it. There was the bat on the front page of the Guardian the next morning, and it went right back into the hands of Nualo.
Yeah. Nualo was he and Ian Bishop were like he was like a twin. As another over comes to an end here, and at the end of it, it's 68 for 5.
Kurt Nualo in those days was the coach of Fatima as well as the coach of the North Zone cricket team. And he trained us rigorously. He was a very, very disciplined guy, demanded the best. In fact, he said, I don't want to see your best, I want to win. He didn't want to hear of, coach, I gave my best. He said, no, I don't want to hear that. You have to win. Such was the mentality in those days. We were held to a high standard. Ryan Davis was the captain of that North Zone team.
Well, I'm going to take a little breather, and your good friend Jignesh Shah is going to come and join you.
We welcome our good friend, one of the assistant coaches of the DC Hub team, Mr. Jignesh. He's currently charged with doing the scoring on the scoring app for the DCT. He is here, and welcome, Jignesh.
Welcome, Pele.
As we see a new bowler starting in from the Brian Lara end, pavilion end. With the score on 68 for 5. 22nd over bowling. It's a leg spin. We feel it's pretty much the same as they've been for Mohammed. Just a little bit short there, trying to get his line and length. So we have Kadir Juman from one end, but the leg spinner is at the other end. We'll get his name soon. Nice flight to delivery, tugged into the onside. Is it going to make it over the boundary? And it's a spectacular catch on the boundary there, long on. A flight to delivery, pitched up leg spin, tugged into the onside. Seems it's Juman down there taking that catch right on the edge of the boundary rope. As we look at it again here on replay, Alvin pulling that against the breeze again, and what an excellent catch. It's now 68 for 6.
It was a nice catch. DC right now is 68 for 6, and half the team is back in the pavilion after 2 good games on Saturday and Sunday. Today DC Hub is really well tested.
Jignesh with that warm-up game against Queen's Royal College on Saturday, and then against the Fatima outfit. And you were looking for a more challenging competition, and here it is.
Here it is. Like including myself, the kids were more excited to play at this ground, such a big ground, a legend, Brian Lara Pavilion. And looking at the field and looking at the outfield, looking at the pitch, a big stadium.
That's young UV Kanta Singh with his leg spill bowling from the Brian Lara end, immediately picking up a wicket with his third delivery. And what a start for the young player.
DC Hub were looking good in the beginning. They were well tested by the frontline bowlers, Johnson and Vashish. Johnson reminded me of a lot of legends of 80s, 90s. I personally like Trent Boult of New Zealand. He had a little bit of action like him with a long run-up, attacking mindset. They bowled pretty good overs in the beginning. Each of them bowled one maiden over. And looking at the field, I was so impressed with the fielding setup by the captain, Malik. I think Malik played yesterday as well. Day before yesterday, I beg my pardon, on Sunday. And they had 2 slips, which is a typical, I would say, red ball field setup. With that kind of pace and fast bowling, and they get enough swing during the first, I would say, 6 to 8 overs.
Kanta Singh back in again with his leg spin. This is a wide one. He's bowling to the new batsman, Satwick, coming in with the score at 68 for 6 in the 22nd over, with some work to do. They would want to maximize these overs here today. So some consolidation again is needed. Partnerships will have to be built. So a lot of overs again to go in this 40 over affair. Rahil Shah at the other end will have to provide some support as well. Kanta Singh again, short of a length, pushed off the back foot to point. Here's a chance for a single. Very sprightly return to the wicketkeeper right over the stumps. Single takes it to 69 for 6.
Looking at the scorecard and the way DC top orders were playing, I think they were tested well. They played the balls on their merit.
This one is short again and just pushed to that. There are 2 men at that extra cover region, one straight and one fairly wide. Both of them short, looking for that opportunity, pushing in the air off the front foot, but that one was short and off the back foot, pushed into the offside and no run. 70 for 6 after 22.
pretty good over by Singh with a wicket of Alvin Sami. He went for a big shot. He almost crossed the boundary line, but excellent catch at the, I would say, between cow corner and the long one side.
These last few batsmen have spent some time at the crease. They found it difficult to score with some tight bowling from both Juman and Mohammed. Mohammed has since taken a break, and Kanta Singh has come in and taken a wicket in his first over. Kadir Juman will continue from the media centre end. He has also been very tight with his bowling. He'll be bowling to Satwick, and in he comes. Past the umpire, and that seemed to creep in between bat and pad and onto the stumps, and I think he's gone. Again, Juman has struck, and the batsman seems to be bewildered by that delivery, angled into him, middle and off stump. He seemed to play over the top of it and edged it onto his pad and onto the stumps. And another breakthrough here for Queen's Park.
Queen's Park is on a roll. They could couple of quick wickets in the beginning by the fast bowlers, and the previous two games, highest scorer Wesley Jackson, he was looking pretty good. Went for a big shot of a short ball, and excellent catch at the deep square leg. I was impressed with the field setup and the catching. None of the catches were drop, I believe, and whatever the chances they got, they almost held it. One of the catch by, I think, Siddharth Kothale at the mid-off region, a high catch and almost a diving catch, was well taken. Siddharth Kothale was looking good.
So Rahel is still there with 10 off of 22 deliveries. He would be joined by, is it Sakit coming in? Kandadai? And now we're very much into the lower order. And he will have to stay there with Rahil because there are quite a number of overs left in the game. And at the very least, DC Hub would like to get through to 35 overs and try to push it to that 40th over. There's a lot of work left for the batsman here to do against this Queen's Park outfit. Queen's Park team taking advantage of being at the home venue. They would know the facilities, they would know the pitch inside out, they would know where they can hit the ball, they would know where to bowl on these wickets, how to hold that line and length, how to set the field under these conditions, glorious conditions, hot sun, lush outfield.
Arya Lily is the new batsman. So looking at the batsmen who are playing today, more or less they have all been top order batsmen from different clubs. So this is like they are together for the very first time.
And Juman is again, and this is a full delivery that creeps through under the bat. The new batsman between the legs of the wicket keeper. It went straight through him and gets down to the boundary, hauled back in, and this should go for some buys. Or was there something on it? The umpire doesn't signal, so it was runs. Some part of it coming off the bat. We'll just check the replay. No signal from the umpire.
So what DC Hub needs to do now is settle down for a few overs. It's more than half the overs are done, but there's a lot to come in the batting side. A slow ball and a short ball. Couldn't middle the ball properly.
That one just bowling into the leg stump. A loose ball there from Juman, but could not be taken advantage of. And that is what you find happening with the lower order batsmen. They tend to struggle sometimes to put away the bad delivery, and opportunity missed. 72 for 7.
Good ball. So there's Arya Lele, Rahil Shah, and a lot of other lower order batsmen, so-called lower order batsmen. They've not got enough chances here to play. So this is their chance to show and display their experience playing within US. It will be a good challenge for them against a good team. They would hardly bowl any extras. I believe they have just bowled one wide so far.
Juman again. Outside the off stump. A little bit wide. Played out to point. A little of a fumble. No run though. Juman finishing his 6th over, 2 for 11. Excellent spell from him. He'll be eager to bowl out his quota of 8 overs.
So looking at the batsmen, they all are aware of the match situation. They know 7 wickets are down. But what I see their intent is to keep the scoreboard ticking. They are playing the balls according to their merit. They know what needs to be done in the next 5 overs. They have a plan by the coach. They have a plan from the batsman itself. All have played, I would say, more than 200 games from last 5-6 years, and they've been batting at between 1 and 7 and 8 and sometimes 10.
This is Kanta Singh again. Pitching on about middle on off, beating the bat, spinning away into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run, 72 for 7.
Kanta Singh seems to have a good wrist. His wrist is spinner.
And again, this one shorter, not much bounce. Tucked down to mid-on, looking for that single, but it's not there. As now both the long off and the long on are inside the circle, trying to keep that pressure on the batsman here, tempting them to try and go over the top against the leg spinner. He's into his 2nd over. 1 wicket for 2 runs. A lot of flight, a lot of turn for him. Playing forward there, out of that short cover fieldsman, no run.
So Billy, my friend, you have seen last 2 games we played with Fatima and Kinsura Royal. What do you think about today's the approach towards the batting?
This one is short and pushed off the back footed short extra cover fieldsman. And the captain is asking the batsman to just beat those 2 men if you want to go for runs. And adding pressure on him to bringing up the long off to the mid off to see if you want to try and go over the top, see if you can. There's a slip waiting there. 3 short catchers in front of the bat. And Kanta Singh in again. Short again, and it's pulled straight to that man at short extra cover. Short, and exactly what Kanta Singh was and the captain Lewis was tempting the batsman to do, to see if he can get that ball over the top of those fieldsmen, and he wasn't able to do it. And another wicket falls, 72 for 8, and not what DC wants to be seeing here right now, especially after that first 2 games they had. And of course, this being much stiffer competition with these players here being, an amalgamation of those colleges team and some of the better players that would have played for both those schools, all on show here for Queen's Park. And proving to be a little too much on this occasion here for the boys. The boys from DC Hub who showed so much ability with the bat are now struggling 72 for 8, Jignesh.
Yeah, DC under real crunch right now. Rail Shah was the batsman out. Good catch taken at the short mid-on. And I was saying that, all the fielders seems to be so pumped up and they're getting regular wickets at short intervals. DC needs to now have a good plan for the next few overs, because it's a huge collapse from in last, I would say, 12 overs, almost 4 wickets gone.
DC hasn't seemed to recover from that opening spell of bowling from Gajada, where he had the early breakthrough, and then 1 wicket there to Ramroop, and they continued pegging away, adding pressure on from the spinners from Mohammed and Juman. And now Kanta Singh again has come in and snagged his 2nd wicket in his 2nd over.
Kanta Singh is on a roll. Saket Kandara is the new batsman.
He's getting a appreciable turn on that wicket out there. For the leg spinner, we know they normally get that spinning ball whizzing through the air, grabbing and turning. There's some grass on the wicket, but there are dry spots there as well. And it seems to be very receptive to the leg spinner. Ball gripping and turning. Not a good connection from Rahil, straight into the arms of that short mid-wicket and losing his wicket. And here he is again. This one down the leg side and it's turned away. Was it that googly attempt that he was trying to do there? Gone all wrong. Just flicked away down the leg side and they'll come for two. And these are the opportunities that DC will have to take. Get every single run that is on offer.
Saket Canada is straight off the mark. A good wristy flick on the leg side. And a good run up between the batters, Arya Lele and Saket Canada. So the mindset that I see them is that even though the wickets have gone, they still want to keep the score ticking.
74 for 8. These are the two fast bowlers in at the wicket now. And as I always say to the youth players, no matter what number you bat in a batting order, it always comes down to 8, 9, 10 and 11 trying to win a game for you. Whether it's chasing a target that was set or having to post a total to be competitive. Numbers 8, 9, 10 and 11 have to do their work with the bat. And I reminded some of the youth players when young Seals for the West Indies, he used to open the batting at times for Presentation College. Now he can't seem to muster 10 runs for the West Indies team when he gets a chance to bat, and Trinidad as well.
New bowler is the skipper Lewis. Malik Lewis is the new bowler.
Skipper bringing himself on.
By Arya Lele.
Skipper bringing himself on and bowling some off spin there. I want tugged into the onside to mid wicket.
So the local team has a mix of good spinners and fast bowlers.
With 8 wickets down, as Lewis comes in again, and this one is short
Wide
down the
ball.
leg side. White signal by the umpire. Would you see Jignesh as an opportunity maybe to bring one of your fast bowlers back to try and finish it off really with 8 wickets down?
Bring your best bowler.
Yeah, Ramroot have only bowled 4 overs in his opening spell.
Because all the kids are looking forward to it. They want to play as many good bowlers as possible.
That one outside the off stump just played back to the bowler, no run.
A lot of players
Another short
has
ball again from Lewis.
very less experience playing good spinners, especially on a tough pitch. So it takes time for them to understand how the ball will turn in, turn out, bounce.
Lewis in again, this one pitched up, catch the outside edge pass, the first slip. Point comes around to do the fielding.
Quick
And a
throw.
wild throw over the head of the wicket keeper, but well backed up there by young Juman it seems, and they'll go through for 1 run. 76 for 8. Lewis in again. Better length, better line.
A good defense by Arya Lele. I've seen throughout the game so far, there is always at least a single slip, which is very good to see.
Lewis in again. Nice line and length, developing some consistency here in his first over at the end of it. 77 for 8 after 25 overs. It may be that opportunity to bring Ramroot back in. He was in for some punishment early on and seemed to be a little erratic with his line and length, never mind picking up a wicket. But it might be an opportunity to bring him back, not from the end which he started at canvassing his bowling and already taken 2 wickets, but perhaps from the commentary box end to try and close the innings out. But canvassing will continue. He has 2 wickets.
Bowled 2 overs so far, and in each over he got 1 wicket. They want to keep the momentum going on. Doesn't want to break the bowler's rhythm.
And here he is again. This one pitching on the
So
leg
wide
stump
and a
and
wide
going
stump.
down the leg side.
2 extras to the DC team.
Counter in again. And this one flighted again, and it's taking the outside edge, played down to first slip. Didn't seem to know too much about that, pitching on middle and leg and going across him. And as we observed earlier to the spinners, there's not much use of the feet from the batsman, tending to stay stranded, staying stuck in their crease and trying to play the spin. Counter in again, down the leg side again, and another wide. Needs to develop a little bit of consistency, more consistent with his line and length. Try to get on that middle stump line, middle and off. In again. And this one is short outside the stump and cuts away to point. He can't beat. Oh, there is a misfield. That ball spinning away and gaining some experience, much needed experience there. The point fieldsman. That one, you know, Jignesh, when you cut, it's not the first bounce. Sometimes at the second bounce, it'll spin.
Yep. Misfield gave 2 extra runs to the DC team. At this stage, any extra run is a good addition to the team.
79 for 8. And that one is pitched, taking it at the first slip. There's an appeal. The umpires shut it down immediately. It'll be interesting to see where that one, what that delivery came off of. It pitched on middle and leg and ended up in the hands of first slip. Didn't seem to come off anything. Counter in again. On that leg stump line again, and this one is swept for 4. A very impressive sweep shot. You can't persist down that leg stump line. For the leg spinner, you will be punished eventually, and that he was.
A nice, I would say, sweep shot by Arya Lele.
So thus far, Lele holding his own with the bat, despite some beating him outside the Ostam, managing to get some runs here for DC Hub. 81 for 8. Counter continues. This one, a better delivery on middle and off. Batsman just prods it down. First slip comes around and does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 81 for 8. An over which saw Counter going for a number of runs in that over. 85 for 8, correction. Jignesh partnership seems to be brewing here. Much needed.
The good partnership is building up right now. Arya Lele is right now taking the maximum strike and is ticking the scoreboard ticking. They still have 14 overs to play.
And Lewis is back, the captain, in from the media center end. And again, he's outside the off stump, turning into the right-handed batsman. Pushes it out to point. And there's no run. Lewis seems to have settled into a line and length outside that off stump. In again, and this one beats the outside edge. Not turning as much. And the batsman just prodding forward. There is a first slip there. Batsmen need to be careful. Lewis in again. That one is tossed up and there's a drive to mid-off. He's a bit deep. The throw comes into the keeper. It's wide and there is a single. Well run. Pushed to the left of the mid-off fieldsman. He had to get around and there was enough time for the batsman to scamper a single.
A quick single by Saket Kandatai, his call, and Lele agreed with his call. Sometimes, you know, the players that you see in the team, they have not played together for a lot of times. So the communication is very important. You don't want an unfortunate run out.
Lewis in again. This one pitching on off, turning into the batsman, pushes it back down the wicket. Bowler does his own fielding. There's no run. Maybe in the next over, Jignesh, you could give us a rundown of the soca players from the DC Hub teams. Lewis in again. Oh, and he beats him outside the offs, and that one's a drop. It seemed to hold its line. First slip, eager to take that catch, and the batsman just prodding and missing. 86 for 8. Lewis again. Oh, this one is a little bit short. Tugged over mid-on into the boundary now. He took the aerial route. It was pitch short, sat up, begged to be hit, and punished. And an excellent strike there.
By Arya Lele.
By Lele, yeah. He seems to be holding his own with the bat, Jignesh.
Yep. You may look like he came on batting order number 9, but he has a mindset of a top order batsman. So I like the intent of all the players so far who has batted. Most of the time they have went for a big shot on its merit, thinking it's a loose ball.
Some deliberation by the captain and the umpire, just maybe questioning if Kanta Singh will continue or do they take the drinks break. Seems as though he will continue. He'll continue his leg spin from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's had a very interesting spell thus far. He has 2 for 12. We've seen some loose deliveries, but as we know with leg spin, loose deliveries gets wickets. And he's in again, starting a new over. This is nicely pitched. Bounce, gripping in the pitch. Some nice turn and just prodded into the outside. First slip does the fielding. Haven't quite seen a googly from him as yet. Mainly leg spin bowling. Here he is, in again. Flighted. This time, middle and leg stump, and it's tugged into the onside, past that mid-wicket fieldman, beats the man on the boundary coming around. And 4 runs to him.
A good shot by Saket Kandadai.
This is exactly what the DC team needs to get some boundaries in.
Punched hard, and the outfield is supporting as well.
So how much experience do these batsmen have when it comes to scoring runs?
So I would say most of the players here, we have 12 players from the DC and DC hub team, which are mainly from Maryland and Virginia. So for the batting side, I would say most of the players, they have been played more than 200 games in last 5-6 years at all age group, mainly with white ball. So each has scored at least a 50 per season based on how many balls they get to play.
Kanta Singh in again, flighted again, and pulled somewhat in the air, and mid-wicket just dives to his left. It was short of him. Didn't quite seem to get his hand under the ball, just a half chance. DC won't want to lose a wicket here. They're building some momentum, capitalizing on some loose deliveries. That one from Kanta Singh almost snagging another wicket.
A missed opportunity.
He's in again. Nice and tidy line and length. Spinning and playing out into point into the offside, no run. 94 for 8.
Kanta Singh has a plan for his bowling. He has set the right fielding.
Coming in again. 28 over. Nice flight on this one. Into the leg stump again, and it's stuck out to that man sweeping on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And there's 1 run.
That completes the over by Kanta Singh.
The umpires
Looks
seem
like
to
a drinks
be
break.
taking their drinks break now. They score 94 for 8 after 25 overs. No, they're going to continue maybe 1 more over.
So Billy, over here at this stadium, especially this ground, it looks little more than 65 yards, I believe.
Well, they're playing on a pitch that is to the left. It's the second strip on the left if you're facing the Brian Lara Pavilion, which is one of the pitches that they tend to use for the domestic season, even the youth games as well. It's a slower wicket, the test match strips being the one in the middle. So you would get the ropes having to be adjusted for that. This is Lewis again, starting 29th over from the commentary box end. This one played into the onside, no run. 95 for 8. He's in again. And this one blasted through the offside. Lovely shot there. Timing exquisite. Punishing between extra cover and mid-off. And we are seeing, is it Lele? Just opening up again.
This is Saket
Saket.
counterattack.
So Saket taking a page out of Lele's book there. And trying to accelerate, and that was a lovely shot. Releasing some of the pressure that they've been under for much of the innings. 99 for 8. And they would love to see that 100 come up without the loss of another wicket.
DC got some good momentum in last couple of overs with 3 boundaries. This will put some pressure on the local team. They might spread the fielding.
Lewis in again, and he's back to that nice line and length on the off stump. Saket can only play it down onto the onside where mid-wicket fields and no run. These overs are just shooting by with these spinners. Another flighted one. Outside the off stump, and he goes aerial over extra cover into the boundary now. Another boundary to Saket. Providing the impetus. This is the last over before the drinks break, and he seems to want to capitalize. Bringing up the 100, 103 for 8.
2 back-to-back boundaries in this over so far. This might impact the fielding setup.
Might want to send a word to him. The drinks break is up. Coming up next. They may have enough in the over without taking a risk, an added risk. They want to preserve his wicket. Be back after the drinks break.
I see there is some slight fielding change at the deep extra cover. Malik has a plan.
Lewis feeling a little bit of the pressure. Pushes one into down the leg side. It's a wide.
The wides are leaking right now. In the last 7 overs, there are 8 wides. I see some sense of pressure on the fielding team.
Yeah, Lewis under pressure himself, the captain. And this is short, tugged behind square. Backward square runs around. There is no short fine leg and a single. Keeps the scorecard ticking, and that's one way not to get out. You get off the strike. One ball to come before the break. He's in again. Well bowled line of the off stump again. Played into that short mid wicket, and that's the end of the over. 103 for 8 after 29, and the drinks break. Drinks come onto the field.
A good 10 runs of
So as we welcome you back here, we're just getting ready for the resumption. Already we've had 29 overs. So far 105 for 8. So things turning around quite nicely. And Shah, I know you were saying that this is a little bit different to how they proceeded in the first two games, where runs were coming around fairly okay, but Ethan Ramsundar is the new bowler. Big turn there for the off spinner.
It's given wide. Saket Kanda is on strike. At this day of the inning, looks like the spinner is getting too much of spin. Because I've seen last 10 hours or so, there are so many wides. Another wide.
Yep.
So looking at the pitch yesterday you saw and today you saw, like, what do you think about the spin or the grass? I saw the pitch in the morning. It looked little hard and the grass is not even.
So you should get some turn or some movement at least. This time he's going aerial. This could be out, and it is taken. He went for the big hit and got under it and couldn't clear the man. And that is the end of Kandadai, who played a good hand, but now has to depart. So Ramsundar picking up an early wicket.
Wicket in the very first over of Ramsundar, and a good catch between the point and gully.
107 for 9 now. A good little partnership there that just got broken. They took the score from 72 for 8 to 107 for 9. And Kandadai, did he make eventually, is it 18 he ended on?
19.
19, so.
New batsman is Deepak Gorandla. Still 10 hours to go after this. I'm sure they should have a plan to play all the remaining overs. So far all the bowlers bowled has got at least a wicket, except the skipper Malik Lewis.
Yeah, it certainly has been a bit of he's been too short though, to be honest. And when he pitched up, the batsmen were able to get under him and deposit him over that middle of wide extra cover region. A lot of air, a generous flight, indeed. Just going up, as they say, going up in jar breeze there, and the batsman not prepared to take up that challenge. Could easily step out if he wants to. This time he's on the back foot. Again, there's been that noticeable hesitancy to come onto the front foot, or to come out of the crease rather. They tend to play almost exclusively from the crease. Again, just waiting for the ball to turn, or at least trying to figure out as a batsman how much turn is the bowler imparting on the ball.
Bowler Ramsundar seems to be tall and is hopping. It's difficult to judge, I believe, by the batsman Deepak.
Short ball, that one came right through, and he's out. So that clipped the stumps. It kept a bit low, to be honest, but that is the end of the innings. Garantla going bowled by Ramsundar. So Ramsundar in his first over picking up 2 wickets, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. They're all out for 107.
Nice bowling display by the local team QPCC, and almost every bowler were in good form.
So Lily, the man left stranded there on 13, was he? Lily,
Not out on 13.
13 not out. So he played a good hand. He had that useful partnership there with Kandadai. But once that was broken, the innings came to an end quickly. And so again, not the kind of scorecard that they would have been hoping for, given the strength of their batting that we've seen in previous matches. But all the same, it's 107 on the board. It's now up to the Queen's Park batsmen to try to get those runs, and we certainly look forward to that. But what do you, I mean, how do you feel based on the actual, well, first of all, the score? A little bit disappointed with the score, 107.
Yeah, the score really seems to be low, considering a game of 40 overs, and with such a nice outfield and everything, the score should be much higher. At least I would say 200. So looking at the batting, it was a real collapse, and the highest score in the innings were 19, then 18,
Kandadai 18, yep.
10,
Kotali 18, 16 to Kanchal.
three unfortunately had a duck. So looking at the bowling strength now, I personally believe that all have their own strength, and we have a mix of pace and spin. So if they can give a tough fight with equal intervals of wickets that the local QPCC got, the game can turn around. We have seen, as a personally, I've seen a lot of games, a low scoring game has become an interesting game after the top order collapses. So it will be a good to see. Hope to have a good game, second innings.
Yeah, we'll just wait to see how they do. But the thing is, you had 6 batsmen who got into double figures, but no one carried on with a big score. As you said, 19 was the top score. We had 119, 118, and a 16, and then you had a 13 and two 13s rather than a 10. So batsmen got in, but it just didn't, spend the length of time and cash in on the bowling.
Yeah, so as I said, the most of the batsmen had a mindset of making runs, looking at the field, and I would say most of the wickets were, I would say, not taken by the bowler but given by the batsman, because they went with the merit of the ball. They couldn't middle the ball properly, and I would say that since it's a red ball game, they don't have too much red ball experience. Still, it shouldn't matter the color of the ball in general as a batsman, because they both are 156 grams in the weight. So it's not that red ball is heavy or less heavy.
Same ball, literally. So what the white ball, if anything, probably does a little bit more. But we saw the red ball swing today. And early this morning when we saw Gachada bowl, he was getting definite swing. And Ramrup to a lesser extent. They got Ramud more so off the wicket. But Gachada certainly in the air. You saw the ball curling and coming in. So that is the story, folks. They've been bowled out. The DC Hub, who were put into bat by Queen's Park after the Parkites won the toss this morning and elected to bat first. And again, 16 to Kanchal, 13 to Jackson, 18 to Kotale, 10 to Shah, and 13 to Lily, 13 not out that is, and Kandadai, 19 the top scorer. So those are the principal kind of run scorers, and I was just looking for the bowling and to see how some of these bowlers would. Gachada, his 6 overs cost him 18 runs, but he had 2 wickets. Ramrup, his 4 overs also cost him 24 runs, but 1 wicket. Jordan Mohammed, His 6 overs scored 16 runs with 1 wicket. Kader Juman, 6 overs, 2 for 11. UV Kanta Singh, the minute and the diminutive Kanta Singh, 4 overs of leg spin, 2 for 17 for the little right-hander. Malik Lewis didn't get a wicket. He was probably the only one of all the bowlers to not hit the wickets column, but not for 18 from his 3 overs. And Ethan Ramsunda, who just came on, only bowled 5 deliveries, had 2 for 2. When you see it, so I'm sure he will be happy. 0.5 overs. He wish he could do that every day, and certainly go home smiling when it's all said and done. So.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ruskin, each bowler almost got their line and length correctly. They all took precious wickets, except Malik Lewis, who he was looking good as well. One drop catch, I would say, only in throughout the game. So, out of 7 bowlers they used, I think only the 2 were the fast bowlers in the beginning, and they bowled, I think, a lengthy spell. 5 each, which is very surprising for me to see. I've seen 4 max in general in a 40-over game, which was good to see. And then the rest of the wickets were taken by the spinners. They kept the scorecard under control and took regular wickets on a spell of like between 2 to 3 overs. They were successfully taking 1 wicket. So the scorecard looks a little low, I would say, at this stage, at this inning and at this ground. Another 65 to 70 run would look good, considering the bowling strength of the DC Hub team. So I'm sure at the dressing room, the coaches, the managers, they'll be having a good strategy for the team to get quick wickets with no extras. It will be very good to see at this pitch bowling our kids how they take
how they approach
this game. Because I'm sure we have like 5 fast bowlers and 6 spinners, and they can all bowl at any given stage of the game.
Well, it will be interesting to see what type of purchase they get out of the wicket if they're able to move the ball, spin the ball, and how the batsmen adapt to the bowlers as well. Because, well, they would have seen some of these players would have played against them in the 2 previous games, so they'll have an idea what to look for. But like I said, none of them would have played on a wicket like this. So it will be interesting now to see how they adapt to the bowlers, from the hub, the DC Hub bowlers, on this wicket. So we just have to wait and see. But we'll take up a breather, and as the players come back out, I'm not sure if they're going to have their lunch right away or if they will wait until or resume the innings until they finish the 40 overs. But because I think they got to 29 overs, they probably will take the break one time and then come back out with the reply by Queen's Park. Remember, they're going after 108 for a victory. We'll have that action when we come back.
Thank you, Ruskin. Good game and a good fight from the visiting team.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Folks, we'll come back after half an hour. Thank you.
And as we welcome you back here, we're getting ready for the reply by Queen's Park to the 107 made by the DC Hub. So I'm sure they'll be looking to try to get some early wickets here, which is exactly what the doctor ordered. Lele is the man. So Justice Sukwa and Ryan Yearwood at the openers. And there's a one that just got it through, of course. Encouraging signs here for the DC Hub outfit. I'm sure they would love to really pick an early pepper.
Good afternoon to all our viewers again. We're here back at the Queen's Park Oval for the second innings of Queen's Park under 16 team.
Keeping a little bit low, just touching down too far outside the off stump to entice Sukwa.
So Lele opening the bowling from the media center end. He is one of the players out of the Virginia area, joining in with the DC Hub team, being selected as the opening bowler.
Pretty much on target, just on around that off stump.
He spent some time out in the middle. He should be familiar with the conditions, having an idea where to be pitching this ball, trying to get it to do something off the seam or in the air.
And he has the benefit of the top end, so he doesn't have to go uphill. And that's a good delivery, and that one goes right through and bowls him. Neck and crop.
Lele continuing where he left off in those two games here, bang on target, top of off stump, seems an inside edge, and that one onto the stumps. Excellent delivery.
Not for one to kick things off. What a start. This is exactly what the DC Hub outfit would have wanted, and they've gotten that early breakthrough. Now it's just about continuing to take wickets, because it's difficult to defend a small total. So one of the ways to do that is to take wickets.
The old adage of runs on the board. The coach and the manager would have drilled that into the players, try to make that 107 seem like 200 to the opposition. The best way to do that is to take wickets. The best way to take wickets is consistency, line and length, and let the pitch and the ball do the work.
So what an amazing start this is. This is really like a dream start to get a wicket in the first over. And it's really just, as they say, set the cat among the pigeons. Jaden Simon is the new batsman.
He will join Ryan Yearwood at the wicket. Ryan Yearwood with the number 45 on his back.
Yep. That was Michael Jordan's Washington Wizards number.
Not to mention the infamous Chris Gale. That was his cherished World Cup number. Maybe he took it after Jordan as well.
Yep. After he spent most of his career with 23 with the Chicago Bulls. Once he came out of retirement and made that move to Washington, the number 45 became a popular number. But here we have Jaden Simon, who doesn't have a number on his back, but I'm sure Lele would like to add him to his list of scalps in this game. So does he have his number? Ball him right through. A beauty of a delivery, a little bit of an inducker there, and it went right under the bat. And Simon has to make that long, agonizing walk back, not having touched the ball. He faced one ball and it was cleaned up, neck and crop. Lily on a hat trick.
He certainly had it right, Ruskin. He certainly had his number. Wiped it clean off his back, middle stump, swinging in at the base, perfect delivery, first ball up to be facing, and an excellent start here by DC Hub. And already they'll have rebuilding to do. This target now 107 seems to have increased.
Significantly.
Because
and the thing is, now you're putting pressure on the other batsmen who are coming. So now they have to, like, do we consolidate or do we continue as the original plan was? The plan might have been, let's get these runs as quickly as possible. You know, how small totals can be sometimes. It could cause some problems. But that's exactly what is happening here. They're making them work for everything. And so far, so good. The first over, get this, no run, but 2 wickets.
This is where the coach and the managers make their money. They have to come up with a new plan, how to approach this innings with the bat. This is just the first over. They haven't seen what is yet to come from the DC team, but already they have to change plans, re-strategize, come up with something different, as the left-hander, number 45 Yearwood, will be taking strike. This should be Sakit from the Brian Lara end coming into bowl. He's taking his guard here.
Sakit.
Left hand number 45 on his back. He is certainly going to be up against it. But these two bowlers have been very accurate in the first 2 games. They have been spot on, moving the ball around, bowling with good pace. They will like this surface that they get to bowl on today, after having come from Queen's Royal College and at CIC ground against Fatima. This is, of course, the Queen's Park Oval.
So here he comes. Wide, the first run for the Parkites. Akshay Kolai is the new batsman. Took a good catch earlier. Yeah, he's playing and missing, and that one wasn't too far away. And certainly a beauty of a delivery, just touching down and leaving the left-hander. And Yearwood goes for a walk.
All of the DC boys, they're up screaming their appeals. There's a very vociferous one there. They're on their toes. Everybody's ready to go. One slip though.
Once a single, he's going to have to hurry. We'll get it too. The fielder is fairly deep. And the batsmen are able to cross. So 2 for 2 now. That's 2 runs for 2 wickets.
Ruskin, I would have taken that extra slip in with that ball going across the left hand. I get 2 slips in there. It's 2 wickets down. Add to that pressure. You don't want to see another chance go by through a second slip.
And the ball is still new. The ball is we're only in the second over.
Exactly so.
So you could bring in another attacking fielder in a catching position. In fact, what we have is a first slip that is really acting like a second slip. In fact, now he's gone all the way over to a second slip, leaving that big gap. Here's the one, he's in the pad, there's a lot of appeal, he's out! Well, it's all happening here now. And joining the wicket-taking activity is Sakit Kandadai, and he's picked up Pepper here.
And there's no need for slips. We've been talking about slip. 2 wickets have gone bold, and now another one, LBW. They're targeting those stumps. They know what they have to do. They're going to go route 1, get that ball full, get it on the wicket, let it do its magic, And 3 wickets are down.
And it's 2 runs for 3 wickets. Not to be confused with runs for 2 wickets. It's actually 2 runs for 3 wickets. What a start.
Ruskin, I don't know what these boys had for lunch, but it was clearly enough to get them up a gear. What a start by DC Hub.
Is that Trini food?
Yes, and lunch was provided through Kancham, the director of the Maryland club. His brother did the catering for the team. Lovely meals for the last 3 days we had. And today they would have had that pilau. They are loving the Trini food because it seems to be working.
Certainly has, and things are really waxing on. That is the captain. Lewis has arrived at the crease. And,
so just as with the DC Hub and their batting, the captain is in early. Lewis at the crease.
and again, you could just see the movement, the ball coming into the right-hander. But Lewis, who's a very competent batsman, with a big number on his back, 121 on his back. We were surmising it might be his highest score.
Well, they'll be just under that, 107, 108 to win.
Again, he's standing up as the ball comes back at him slightly.
Perhaps he's sending a message, I could do this on my own. A lot of responsibility will be on his shoulder now. He has the opening batsman Yearwood with him at the other end, who also has a big number on his back. The famous Chris Gale, 45. A lot of work here to do now from the Queen's Park team.
As they try to dig themselves out of a hole. Right through his ball then! Well. Right under the bat it goes. And Lewis also has to make that trek back without troubling the scorers. And it's real jubilation out there in the middle. DC Hub are humming at the moment as they have Queen's Park flat on their backs here now.
And their viewers back home must be thoroughly enjoying what they are seeing here now. Very accurate bowling, not an inch given away to the batsman. The bowlers are going route one, base of middle stump, 100% accuracy, and what a fantastic start by the DC Hub team.
And folks, you're not seeing or hearing things. It's 4 wickets down for just 2 runs. And it certainly is an amazing turn of events here as they continue to put the squeeze on the Parkites. And it's certainly creating problems for them.
A steady procession to the middle and back to the pavilion. The Queen's Park coach and manager. Same here. Same thing here. When that down middle one you touch.
Okay, so here's the situation now where well, the game just turned upside down.
Seems as DC have their impact in the commentary box as well. Harbour's very unstable as we search for a signal as well. But what a start by DC Hub.
The 2 opening bowlers, 2 wickets each, and this young man is on a hat-trick. This is his hat-trick ball. Lele.
We see that second slip in place. Would they want to add a little more pressure, putting someone in close on the onside?
For this hat-trick ball, I probably would have put in a third slip.
For sure, definitely.
And they're going to run hard. This could be interesting. Down to the other end is the danger end. Had he gone to that end, the man was very late in starting. He probably could have had a run out at that bottom end, but he opted to go into the one nearer to him. And they eventually got the single.
A little bit of hesitancy on the part of Alvin there at that mid-on. They were calling at the keeper's end, and he opted for the shorter throw at the bowler's end, but the batsman took off so early Yearwood, and he was way in. The throw should have gone to the keeper's end to put some more pressure.
It looks like Ramsunda, is it, who has come out to bat? Malik Lewis has gone. So it looks like Ramsunda is the new batsman. Ethan Ramsunda. He's out in the front foot early, which is sensible.
We can certainly hear the voices of the DC Hub players all the way up here on the third floor in the commentary box. They are fully energized, ready up for the challenge.
They've made an amazing start here. Looking to drive home that advantage now, because when you consider that Hub lost their fifth wicket with 50 on the board. It was 49 for 4 actually at one stage, you know, and they were. This was in the 13th over. Already Queen's Park have lost their fourth wicket. We only in the third over.
They brought up that 50 with a wide. They were really scrambling for runs, took anything that they could get, and now that total seems to be insurmountable almost.
Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. You just don't know what is going to give. That's why we watch.
You have to admire the start by these two young fast bowlers. They have been bang on target. There's nothing wayward. They're fully concentrating. There's a lot of rhythm in their run-up, follow through down the wicket. These guys seem to be mastering their art at this level.
That one hit the bat. He was trying to pull it away. Actually pulled the bat out of harm's way. Just kissed the face of the bat. Went down, and it bounced in front of the wicket-keeper, who did a good job, Kotalib, to prevent it from going past him. At the end of the over, at the end of it, it's I don't know what's the best way to pronounce this, but it's 3 for 4, and the 4 is not runs. The 4 is actually wickets. So it's 3 runs for 4 wickets.
It's an improper fraction is what it is. It's not the position that the Queen's Park team nor the coach and managers would like to see them in after such an impressive start with the ball, doing a lot of good work up front with their opening bowlers, and here we see the DC Hub team reciprocating with their opening bowlers, just as successful, if not even more.
But in the air, just dropping in front of that man at cover there. Ballard could so easily have carried to him. Yearwood would have been crying because he went down and got under the full toss.
Jackson there at cover point for a second, thought he was in the game. Hesitated, he was wondering if he should be diving forward to that one, pitching just in front of him.
Those are the difficult ones. I was just about to say. Do you stay or do you dive?
Well, he is the captain. Nobody would question his judgment. We've seen captains in the past on this ground would have flung themselves at it just to get that extra wicket. To set, even if just to set the example for the rest of the team. But maybe it was a little too short of him. Don't want to see any injuries so early in the toss still.
And it didn't make much height. It didn't go like high up and then come down. That's another peach of a delivery. Look at the movement away after hitting and going off the seam.
The carry as well, keeper taking that at waist height. Excellent carry, excellent pace.
So again, good bowling, good consistent bowling, good sensible bowling. One would have to say they're not overawed at all by the situation, despite not getting plenty runs. He's driving and missing and flirting with danger again.
I would surely take one of those fieldsmen out from that inner ring and stick them into that second slip. Two going past the bat, he's holding that line and line, getting that movement. If we look at the flag, the national flag here at the Queen's Park Oval, that breeze is at his back, encouraging that drift across the left-hander. Yeah, what has fished twice at it, I would surely put a second slip in.
Yeah, Wood went for a little walk just to kind of calm his nerves, help with his concentration. And a wide signal on this occasion. Started wide and just kept going. Cutley did well to prevent it from going past him.
They have a third man and a fine leg. And maybe they're just looking at that target of just 107 runs.
But you could probably, I feel you could attack for a couple overs just to see if you could get another one.
As we say that, one goes down the leg side.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little stray delivery there. Just trying to give the commentators the impression that, hey, I do need that fine leg.
We just had the one delivery of a new over down the leg side, a wide signal. And this one is wider outside the off stump. He was wide on the leg side just now and penalized for that one. Wasn't penalized with this one. And maybe just the whole hype. He wants to run in and try to bowl quickly. When what he really needs to do now is just relax and allow the game to sort of come to him. He's already done damage. Short ball, put away nicely, and it's going close to that boundary, but it's going to be hauled in. And they only got a single. Well, they seem to have more than enough time to possibly come back for a second one.
A very curious change in length of delivery. He was dominating him outside the off stump. And all of a sudden we saw two short balls down the leg side and then a third. And it's not in the game plan. There is a fine leg there who had to come around. But had he made good connection with that, it could have been a boundary. That is not what you want to see so early on when you are on top. You want to consistently keep that line and keep that pressure. You don't want to give away free runs.
Yeah, you mean let the batsman work for anything they're getting right now. You want to attack them. Well, he's putting in the second slip, so maybe when Lele is bowling, he's a little more inclined to want to support him in that slip cordon. A little too wide on that occasion.
Young Deepak into that second slip there.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's because you know that they're striving for pace one, but they're looking for wickets. Yeah, you could still get wickets. Just relax and bowl. Yeah, Jen dropped. Oh, he just put in the second slip. It went right into the bucket and came back. Oh, that looks like Kanchal there, and he must be beside himself.
Well, there are 8 DC players, hands on knees on the ground, just bemoaning that drop catch. It was straight in and then straight out. What an opportunity. He seemed to get into an awkward position going down with the knee to take the catch. And you have to ask the question, is he a normal slip catcher with that type of technique there? But that is the line and length, and Lele has been consistent at in trying to get these batsmen to do exactly that. And he managed to get them to do that. Unfortunately, it went down.
That could so easily have been 7 for 5, and that would have been a real dagger there, because you look at the Yearwood, he looks like he knows what he wants to do. He just you haven't had the deliveries to get on with the game just yet.
You saw the significance of that wicket when 8 of the DC players just dropped to the ground as the ball did. Lele back again.
Outside the legs, that's going to be called a wide.
Maybe the adrenaline in the last over taking over, as you said, and going a little bit astray with the length and the line of the last over. Now Lele putting one down the leg side. As you said, he needs to remember what was successful and keep at that. Let the ball do the work. You have the momentum through your run-up, excellent rhythm. Let the ball do the work.
Yeah, they're going to come for another quick single, and they'll get it too. That's nicely played. And then immediately on playing it, yeah, it was off and running for the single. Pushing the score up to 8 for 4. Here he goes again with that big booming in swinger. It starts wide and then it just sort of curls in towards that leg stump, middle and leg stump. And on that occasion, Ramsundar had to be alert.
That one seemed to hang in the air for a while as we see the fine leg go across the third man.
Yeah, which is unusual. Starting wide.
Is that why he would have bowled that bit wider? Because of that fielding change. I think it's unnecessary. His lines and lengths were excellent into the stumps with in swing, which means you want that fine leg.
So another extra. Driving again, but not able to pierce the field as the over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, 9 for 4.
Well, in that over, we saw an opportunity go down. One which would have almost sealed.
Actually, it's 10 for 4, I should say.
10 for 4. That would have almost sealed the fate of the Queen's Park team had that catch been taken. We saw Lele even bowling to a 7-2 field coming down to the last 2 deliveries of that over. But yeah, with that single that he took to mid-on there, seemed to take off with a sense of purpose, solid contact off the middle of the bat. He might be getting his eye in now. Maybe he'll make them pay.
Well, you certainly want to keep taking wickets, because whatever it is, it's still a small total, and all you need is one big partnership, and then you're on the back foot as a fielding team. So you want to continuously be taking wickets. The more the merrier, they say. This one is driven hard. That's a good shot. It just goes just below the right hand of the man at short cover and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, well, with that opportunity going, he wants to maximize on that chance he was given, and a lovely cover drive, extra cover drive there, just to the right of the fields, but didn't get down in time. It was struck so powerfully, raced into the boundary.
Kanshal, the man in that short cover position, extra cover, and couldn't get down in time. The ball was screaming past him before he actually hit the ground.
As Brian Lara would have made famous his statement in that test match in Australia, we have a game on our hands, Ruskin. We have a game on our hands.
We certainly do, and if they continue to take wickets, so I anticipate that at some point Queen's Park will mount a fight back. The question is whether it will be good enough to get them over the line, because if they keep losing wickets, then that will frustrate all of their best efforts. Going after a big one there, and that's a wide signal by the umpire. He really had a big hee-ho at that one. Missed everything.
Despite that, I still like the look of this young Yearwood player. His stance, the way his setup is before delivery, his backlift, the way he's moving and trying to get into position. That one, his leg got across, but the bat came down at a weird angle as if to swipe at it rather than playing through the line, but it was wide.
Just the one slip on this occasion.
The stance is also out of his crease, trying to negate any swing that Sakit would have. And he seems to be getting more and more into his rhythm, looking determined, patting himself on the side there. Come on.
You're going to get another well-judged single. Ball neatly placed, not trying to hit it too hard, just using the bowler's speed to get it into the gap for another comfortable single.
It's the third time I've seen him play that shot, working it just wide of mid-on, in between the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And he's not falling over. His head is over the ball, and normally we see some left-handed batsmen to right-arm fast bowlers have a bit of a blind spot in that area. But he's covering the line very well and playing it with a straight bat into the onside. Looks good.
It's 15 for 4 now, where we have Ramsundar taking guard. So they're going to try once more. And this one is striking him on the pad, but going down leg side. Again, that inward movement causing a little bit of a bother for the batsman.
Ramsundar trying to settle in here, play a long hand and see this total to the end.
Yeah, this is a nervy time here for these two batsmen. Yeah, he's again throwing the bat at that one and really not making contact. But I suppose if you're going to hit hard, is probably the philosophy. He missed everything. 16 for 4 at the end of the over.
Well, that was the opposite of settling down. Just had a waft at it outside the off stump. Last ball in the over, you're 4 wickets down. These young players need to focus, understand the game situation. You have a man at the other end, Yearwood, who is now striking the ball well after having been given a chance. You want to just stay there and get yourself set and allow him to do the scoring. Perhaps just rotate, strike a bit. And that is how you can see this total and make it look small again.
Well, they have to do something. One of the things is to occupy the crease because they have so many overs to work with. So they have their full quota of 40 overs to try and get the runs.
You see that change, the third man's coming back in from fine leg.
Yeah, well, and again, it's a kind of a mixed bag because this is picked up and that's gone immediately on hitting it. It was sailing away, and that is kind of like the strange thing. You don't bowl a seam bowler like that without protection down that leg side.
It seems to me it's either too wide of the off stump with that second slip in place or on the leg stump. But what Yearwood has shown is that he's very well capable of hitting that ball into the onside for anything on his pads. He looks quite comfortable at it.
Well, no change. They still have the third man and not the fine leg. So again, a good positive stroke play, but nothing doing.
We haven't seen him come around the wicket at any time on tour. Maybe if he is struggling to hold that off-stump line going across the left-hander, he could try coming around the wicket just for a couple deliveries. Try to angle it into that off-stump and get it to swing away.
Well, it's always an interesting battle here, bat and ball, between bat and ball. An aggressive batsman against an equally aggressive bowler. Something's got to give. And it's going to go for another quick single. Again, not much they could do about that. Sammy doesn't even bother to try to attack the ball.
Yearwood has clearly targeted that mid-on area. Anytime he strikes anything in that vicinity, he's immediately off for a quick single. He sees the fielder all the way back on the 30-yard circles, and he's trying to maximize everything at him.
So
maybe they could bring him a fraction in the next time he's on strike, just to try and cut that single off.
Here's another one that's coming in. There's a loud appeal, probably bat before pad, and but Ramsundar got himself into a real tangle there, and almost paid the ultimate price.
Just wondering if he got fractionally outside of the off stump and did make contact with bat, because he is back and across, and he looked in a terrible shamble there with that delivery.
Got his feet all tangled up. He looked like Leo John there. And Leopold.
Outside the off-stump. I seem to strike him outside the. I did play against Leo John a couple times in Chabonas. He was at the ripe old age of 60, 70 years old when I played against him. Still managed to make 100. I was playing for Launch Park at the time.
And did he sleep the night before?
That is a question I cannot answer. It was at the Perseverance ground, so we know what is on the side of the Perseverance ground in Chabonas.
No, Leo lived an amazing life, because he would stay up late whole night and come and play cricket the next day, cool. Like nothing. This is a wide delivery. Like nothing happened, and he would do that every weekend. It wasn't like we'll do it now and now and again. It was more again than now. It was just all the time. It was constant with him. But that's the lifestyle that he lived, and But he played cricket hard, tough. That's well bowled and well played in the end.
He was very much in the mold of those great players long ago. They played hard and partied hard.
Yeah, it's the end of the over. At the end of it, 21 for 4 now.
I was about to say Leo John played cricket with an uncle of mine, Bob Sarafat. But then again, Leo John played cricket with everybody. Across generations.
Yep. I remember, this is no joke. We were playing Presal, and Giles Antoine was bowling for Presal. On the Presal ground. But this is not the big one, the international. The small ground they had just as you come off the highway. It was just in the corner there. Yeah. We were playing there, and Giles bowling quickly, running in, man. And he overpitched one to Leo John. Now, Leo's footwork wasn't the best. He had a funny way. We tell Leo come forward, he come forward with the right foot. And like it was spinners turning the ball, they tell Leo come forward. Leo wouldn't come forward, he left foot, he played the right foot in front and put it back. And he did it constantly and got away with it.
There's a name for that. It's called a backward forward defensive.
But Giles overpitched one, and Leo hit him one square drive. What? And Giles was very upset, so he was like breathing hard right in front of Leo there. This is Leo's comment, yeah? He said, don't worry, youngster, Charlie Griffith got some of that too. and now Giles wanted to kill him.
Definitely one of the legends of the game. In fact, last year, the challenge trophy for the over 40 birds competition was named the Leo John Bob Sarafa Challenge Trophy for the over 40 cricketers.
And,
A great tribute to a great man.
Yeah, Leo was so well liked. It isn't funny. Everywhere Leo went, people just admire Leo, man. And his off break didn't turn much, it turned a little bit so. And his famous watchwords were, "Don't come down if you can't go back." So when you chip to Leo and you miss, this one is in the air, but it's well played. It's going to get away from the fieldsman. And they still admire the shot, and they only get a single.
Bit of arrogance there from Yearwood. He was so confident that he struck it that well, but the ball just seemed to hang in the air. Didn't get much further than halfway between the 30-yard and the boundary. Then he realized, listen, I better get on down to that non-striker's end, and they could only manage one.
Yeah, which is not what I'm sure Davis and co wants to see from these youngsters. You still have to obey the principles. You run the first one hard, and you see if it goes up for fine. He hit right across that one, but he got it on the full, and he might actually get a boundary. In fact, yes, it does reach the boundary. Didn't have any real power on it, but he placed it well.
It was an excellent shot through mid-wicket there, getting enough bat on it. There's enough of a gap there as well, that if he gets it past on this, it's a lush outfield, but it's also very fast. And that you have to say was a deserved 4 runs. So some of the pressure just being eased up, let up a little bit with that drop catch initially, and now Yearwood striking one straight back over the head, and now 4 runs through mid-wicket.
Kandadai probably just missing his run a little bit. You look at him, he's looking like he's shortened the run now. And very dismissive here is Ramsundar, as if to say, "I'm coming after you now."
Seems to get the timing on it though. Needs to keep his eyes on it.
Because he's trying to hit it hard when all he has to do is use the pace of the bowler and just get it in the gap, which is what he did with the on-drive earlier. Although he hit across it slightly, but he's really throwing the bat at the ball.
Maybe a bit angry of the situation that they're in. Think that they undeserved to be in such a hole right now, that he just wants to punish bad deliveries.
And he's just the way he bats, he's a prime candidate for that second slip. Now they have the one slip who is really at second slip, so there's really no first slip. But I really believe you want to plug that gap, give yourself a chance, because it will come. This is caught on ball and he's dropped it. Straight back at him. Now it's difficult as a bowler in your follow through to really catch. It has to stick most times. Watch at him. He's in his follow through. And just as he's standing there, you can see him jumping to try to kind of catch up with the pace. And he's put him down.
Ramsundar absolutely smashed it straight back at him. It's one that he did get a lot of bat on.
Yeah, at that stage, you breaks in for your life, because you're not sure where the ball is going to really come. All you know is coming at you. This one is in the air. He could be out. No, he's dropped it as well. Well, a simple catch on that occasion. It was going away from him, yes, but he seemed to have it covered, and then it just bounced out of his hands, and the batsman was able to come back for a second run. So a really eventful over so far.
The captain needs to take control here. He needs to gather his players together, get them focused, get them to concentrate. You're still in a tough game of cricket here. The early breakthrough, they may think that they're on top, but it's not a lot of runs to play with.
And another wide. So this has been a mixed bag, really. Two good opportunities to get rid of Ramsundar, back-to-back deliveries, but they couldn't.
We saw in the first 2 games on tour that the DC team were very good in the field. They were very good at holding their catches and fielding the ball, even on the rough surfaces at those 2 grounds.
This one is hit again, but this is in the gap. That's going to go through extra cover this time. It may not get to the boundary. In fact, I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. And Sammy is going to hold it in, but they'll come back for a third. And one short. You don't see that too often.
We're seeing a lack of concentration here. Players need to get back focused on both teams. There's no reason to be running one short when you're in a situation like this. And you don't want to be misfielding like that. As Wesley was the captain, was chasing it down with him. You probably have a word with him. He's had a catch put down, probably a little bit on the despondent side and losing a little bit of confidence chasing that one down. But both teams here needs to get focused again. The umpires just seem to be waving and calling into the pavilion for something. It's the power play.
The power play. So remember the target is 108. And right now they are 31 for 4. 33 for 4 rather.
Alvin seems to be leaving the field with that one. I hope it's not an injury to his hand while he was trying to take that catch.
Could very well be.
Giving an opportunity to the Vic to get onto the field in rotation of their players. But he is also a key bowler. He wants to be back on soon.
So it's really, the situation here where they have to continue to take wickets. You cannot allow the game to just drift anyway. Rahul Shah.
So Lele taking a break, 2 wickets for 10 runs off of his 4 overs at the beginning, bowled really well. Seemed to be straying down the leg side, and that last over was put away for 4. And now Rahul Shah is in the attack. Wide one outside the off stump.
Yeah, starts with a wide.
Not loose enough with that one. He just seems to amble up to the pitch and just rotate his arms. Probably not warmed up enough.
Well, they'll soon learn that the game could get away from you quickly, with the blink of an eye, if you're not careful. And by the time you get your concentration levels back up, it's too late. Again, Ramsundar coming comfortably onto that front foot.
Ramsundar seems to be middling the ball a bit more now.
Going in confidence.
Absolutely. Jackson, the skipper of the DC Hub team, would want to get his players settled down and refocus into the task at hand here. 2 men in the onside, he's bowling 7 to field.
Going right across there. There's a stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire, and it's signal a wide.
Not sure why there was a appeal. Did it come on the tie pad? But the umpire indicated no and signaled the wide. Not where you want to be bowling with 2 men on the leg side. It's a bit risky for his first over to settle a bowler start with 2 men on the onside.
Yeah, it is. You don't have a fine leg as a piece of protection. Yeah, they're going to have to run quickly, and once again, he cannot handle the ball. We saw this a lot when Queen's Park was fielding. They just seem to get to the ball, and then for some strange reason, either kick it away, you lose the grasp or something, and they would give up a single. And we saw the same thing here with Lele. He had everything covered, and then the ball seemed to just burst through his hands and through his legs for a couple.
The irony of which we didn't see much misfielding at the QRC and the CIC ground, but here in this lush outfield, rolled outfield, we see in a lot of misfields here now.
Well, of course, it's all part of the game. It's all part of how they learn and develop. They have to know how to correct their mistakes, and because I don't think they deliberately set out to make them. This one again is in the air. He's going to be out. This should be a simple catch. Yes, it's finally taken. And he was living dangerously all the time, Ramsundar. He just wanted to get on with things, and he spooned a simple catch there to the slip, and he has to go now 37 for 5.
I wonder if he was just sent in as a pinch hitter to try and amass as many as he can quickly to take some of the pressure off. He seemed to want to attack everything, but that one nice bounce off the wicket coming high off the splice of the bat. He thought it would have gone past the short third man because he took off for that single, touched down and turned as if he was sure it would clear the fieldsman, but it just lobbed up into the air and a simple catch taken.
It is, and this is what they have to do. They have to keep taking wickets when you're defending a small total. This is the best way to go about it. You keep taking wickets and keep putting pressure on your opponents. Don't let them breathe at all. Yeah, you know, as I say, it's a battle. You know, and you don't want to wave the white flag, so you want them to succumb to your pressure.
This looks like young Gajada coming to the crease. We just confirmed that. He did so well with the ball. As you know, Ruskin, bowlers work tirelessly and toil away and then still have to come and save the game at the end with the bat.
We love to do that.
While the top order batsmen get to just soak up deliveries.
Well,
and
it's
look for
really
singles.
bragging rights, you know, because if you get away with it, you could tell them, listen, and we'll flip the bat in order. You know, in fact, you know, I was asking about him earlier, and Gordon told me he's okay, so I was really happy to Paul Clark, Pablo, who has been in and around schools cricket for a number of years. And I remember one year I played at Progressive with Pablo, and just before I went to Jondi. And while we were at school, Pablo, I don't know, like he was just annoyed with the batsman. Pablo flipped the bat in order. This is no joke. This is to start the game, you know.
That is something that
I batted at 3. I batted at 3. You know, I'll give you another joke about Pablo. You'll laugh when you hear this. It's another good delivery just outside the off them. We were playing football one day, and we had a Barclays Cup game against Trinity College. We were playing on QRC ground, and Pablo couldn't pick the team because everybody came, so we had like about 20 guys there. You know, and Pablo said, "Look, I'm not even getting no headache. Now line up. Remember the cleanest boots play." That's how the team was selected.
Mr. Paul Clark is a legend on his own.
It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 37 for 5.
I remember 30 years ago, I ran into Mr. Paul Clark playing at the North Zone and playing against him when we played against Belmont. And he looked 60 years old. I saw him a couple of months ago, he still looks 60 years old. Now we see him working in the Trinity stand and all other avenues and working in a different capacity, but still heavily involved in a sport that he loves so much, dedicated his life to it, in fact. I didn't know you could tie a tie like that the way he tied it. And I use the word tie loosely.
So Gajada is a new batsman. Johansson, we saw him as a bowler earlier. Did very well with the ball. And in fact, he picked up 2 for 18. And he bowled 6 overs. So, and he got the ball to move around quite a bit, especially coming back into the right-handers. On another day, he probably would have had a few more wickets.
He was very impressive with the ball, getting that ball to swing back into the right-hander, and then want to go with the arm across the right-hand batsman. Seems to be a new bowler here. It looks like Deepak.
We'll
confirm that?
Yeah, we'll confirm that in a minute. 37 for 5. So they're going to ask him to keep the pressure on now. He has a long one on the deep backward square. And that's a quick delivery outside the off them. And actually that's the opening batsman. Kanchal. This one is hit, and it's hit down into the deep, but there is protection down there. And this is what I like to see with these youngsters. Everybody could do a little bit of everything. If you're a batsman, you could bowl. And if you're a specialist bowler, but you're also a useful little batsman. And at this age, you really want to encourage kids to do both. Because you never know which one of them will go on to become the next great all-round cricketer. So it's hit hard. That's a great shot and excellent fielding as well. So good cricket all round. Not a bad delivery.
Yes, Ruskin, certainly at this age you want to be the players, you want to see players proficient in all the disciplines of the game, and later on go on to master or even in fact be all-rounders.
Giving a little bit of air and just changing the speed of that delivery a little bit. And Yewood has to be careful here because he looks like he's becoming a little impatient. And he wants to get on with the scoring, but it's not getting anything to hit.
This is where he has to show some patience. There's not a lot of runs to get again. He needs to stay there and be there at the end.
Again, hitting hard. They want a single. They have to be careful with the running between the wickets as well. They just seem to be guessing as to when is a run or how to approach taking a quick single. He goes, almost gave it away. He just had one almighty swing right across the line, and he didn't miss by much. The bowler there, in fact, as you see, if there was another coat of paint on that stump or varnish, he might have been bowled. But it's the end of the over. It's 41 for 5.
That is what you want to do as a spinner. We saw the flight that the Queen's Park players were bowling when they were bowling. To get the batsman eye line up in the air above the shoulders and then to bring his eyes back down to where it pitched. Here what eyes seemed to go and head was up in the air but never came back down, and then lost all sight of the ball, including beating the keeper. It was a nice delivery there from Atra.
Yeah, and you see the speed at which he bowls. They have to be careful. They can't just go across the line of the ball, because while he's like spinning some, but if you notice, his arm action is fairly quick. He doesn't do much with the full action, but then at the very last minute, he really wheels it over. And it comes at you probably a little bit quicker than you anticipate.
Yes, he starts that grip from a shoulder height and comes around with the arm, as opposed to what you see like Nathan Lyon doing, with the ball starting off down at his side by his thigh and then making a complete revolution. So Atra can get that little whipping action that he has, so he could push through one faster.
Shot. Right on target again. So this is the period here now where Queen's Park would probably want to try to take control of proceedings. But if they were to lose another wicket, then that would really set them back even further. They're already behind the 8 ball.
This is where the captain may look to only give bowlers a 2-over spell. You don't want the batsman getting comfortable with any one bowler as they are settling down. And you want to introduce a lot of variation, so have the batsman thinking and keep having to adjust their guard or their feet or their eyesight to different types of bowling.
Here he goes again. That's a great shot. Straight back past the bowler. That's 4 runs. And Yewood is really, he's been attempting that shot for quite a while. This time he went straight. He didn't try to go across it. The ball is pitched up and he just played it on merit and got just reward for it. What a good looking shot.
It looks like the good back is strong on the onside, and there we see a straight drive there. We haven't seen much play through the covers, but then again he hasn't really had the bowling for him to hit a shot through the covers. So far up and down the wicket he looks very, very solid. Apart from that one that Lele got to swing away from him and was put down in the second slip, but he looks very solid after that.
There he goes again, and going to go over a quick single, but again, he's hitting it so hard that he himself is having difficulty getting to the non-strikers end because that ball was really traveling.
But he did change his bat, so perhaps he took out the long handle now and is throwing it at the ball. That one was hit powerfully. Mid-on did well to stop it and take it in one.
Oh, just another quick delivery, and then it just jumped over the stumps. He had no idea where the ball was. And you look at it again, it's a good delivery, rushing onto him.
If you look at the bowler and the non-striker, you would then see how close that opportunity was. Both of them dropping to the ground as the ball just hopped over the stumps. Very fortunate, Gajada. Perhaps using his yo-yo again.
Yep, he lives the fight on.
Very open stance, and then closes it up with his right leg coming across, trying to get in line.
Yeah, because he's putting the pad. He has to be careful, though. He'll be a prime candidate for an LBW.
You don't want to be playing around that front pad without a right-arm bowler coming over the wicket. If he pitches one in line, he might be in some trouble.
Not called a wide, so it will end the over. The end of it, 47 for 5 now. 11 completed.
Ryle seemed to struggle a little bit through that over. He doesn't seem to be 100%. Maybe it's very hot out there. Maybe feeling the effects of it somewhat. I saw his run-up was not as bustling as it was in the previous 2 games. His hands on his hips there. Wesley needs to take a note because he can't afford to have too many luxury balls to the Queen's Park batsmen.
But it's also the time where, as you look at it now, we've had some lovely days. The guys have been out in the sun. Every game they've had, they had a rain delay to the first game on Saturday. But once they started to play, they were able to play on. Sunday was brilliant, and here again today in terms of weather. He goes this time, it's a long one, he could be out. No, he misjudged it again. He really needed to move in there just a little bit. Unfortunately, Alvin Sami out there not able to judge it very well. And Yearwood again chancing his hands and almost gave it away.
That is a wicket-taking fielding position there at long on. You want to have your fastest men out there.
This one is scooping over the bowler's head and almost carrying to the man at mid-off. So they're living dangerously, both batsmen.
Every now and again, one shot reminds us that we're looking at under 16 level cricket. This concentration is key.
And that's well played. That's much better played.
As I was saying, you want to have some of your fastest men out there patrolling that boundary, because you know you're going to get opportunities where the ball is not going to, it's not going to be a comfortable catch all the time. You want to be quick on your feet. You want to be able to anticipate. You want to be proactive. You have to see the batsman shaping to hit it and expect that catch that you either have to run in for it.
There he is again, teasing him with a little bit of flight, not really throwing it up high, but putting it down in front of him. And Gajada almost getting himself into a tangle there. And digging out one.
You see the great fieldsmen patrolling the boundary in those positions like Kyron Pollard and Virat Kohli. They make it look so easy. It's not easy at all. They anticipate and get themselves in position very early.
Gone for one. They might come for a second. Again, Yearwood is a little bit sluggish. Getting up to the striker's end. But that's the end of the over. So you have to wait to face another delivery. At the end of it, 51 for 5. And they'll take a little refreshment break here. So we too will take a short break. We'll be back right after this. And as we welcome you back here, the players had a little refreshment, 51 for 5. So, Queen's Park, halfway there. They still have some work to do. They need to get to 108. So they're getting up to that halfway point, I should say. But they've lost half of their wickets. And this man here looks like he wants to blast them to victory. As is Gajida. Gajida a little bit lucky the last time out. He is again trying to catch up with one outside the off stump, but is very late, bringing the bat down.
Yes, he is again, hands on waist. Looks to be struggling a little bit.
But why is he? Why have they moved the slip, taken out the slip?
It's a very interesting position.
Yeah.
Seems to be almost in line with the third man.
Yeah, Gachada I think is a prime candidate for catching the slip region. And this one he's hitting, but again a fine save there by the captain, leading by example, and just pushing it down. Actually, if he was a goalkeeper, I'd say Jackson pushed that around the post. And, but the batsman still got a single.
Jackson with that famous number 47 on his back. Green Bravo. Green Bravo's number. We have Yearwood with 45 on his back. Chris Gale's number. He lost the captain with his high score on his back, 121.
Yep. And now the man with the number 30 on his back. Shah. And this one is in the air, but again it's spooning away. Square the wicket and the offside. It was never intended to go there. And they're going to go back for a third run, taking one on the bowler's arm. And they're able to complete it too. So good running, good aggressive running this time. And they got through. So I guess as you could say they learned their lesson from the way they were running earlier.
A positive approach by Gajada, seeing one a little bit wide, having a go at it, believing that he can get it over the top and executing just for two. Very watchful there. For a second there, he reminded me of that wicketkeeper Jack Russell, the way he left that alone.
Yep, and this is hairstyle. Look at how he has the hair. That's, Russell had something similar to that.
A very eccentric character.
Very neat wicketkeeper. That's well played, and they're going to hustle for a quick single, and they'll get it too. So good, aggressive running. So every time there's a little lapse in the field, they're trying to make them, trying to punish them for it.
Was that in the air?
No, it was along the ground, but he should have stopped it. I don't know why he didn't stop it cleanly.
Trying to get it on, parry it onto the stump.
Maybe, but
Again, a very slow walk back to his mark.
and they're going to run a quick single. That's good running against Gachada. Encouraging Yearwood to go through for the single, and they eventually completed that leg by. So one more to the score, takes it up to 56 now for 5.
Rahel, not much of a follow through either after those two deliveries. There's a lot of bowling available to the DC Hub team. There's of course the captain, who is quite an accomplished bowler. We only saw him bowl 4 overs thus far on the tour. But he may want to try and change it up a little bit here, because you're looking at 50 runs, 52 runs again. So you don't want to wait too late to make the changes, and then you may lose the opportunity.
They definitely have to do a little thinking here as to how they're going to keep taking wickets and make life as difficult as possible the rest of the way. But that's really the main option here, is to try to get wickets. Yearwood. This time, just stroking this one. Not really going for the big hee-ho like he's done in the past.
Seems to be very proficient with that shot there. Straight bat down to mid-on and long on, through mid-wicket as well.
And they want a single, but the bowler did well, just to shadow the ball as if he was going to intercept it from going down the hill. This one is going again, but it's in the gap, and that's going to be a long chase out there. Will he get there before he gets to the boundary? He can. And they're going to come back for a third. No, yes, no. And then eventually they decide to go back. So just 2 runs. And another fine bit of fielding out in the deep.
We tend to see a lot of that in the youth cricket. at the school level and sometimes at the zone as well, where the batsmen aren't quite sure how to judge that second and third run and always seem to get themselves in some difficulty. It's probably an area that the coaches need to look at when it comes to teaching how to get that second and third run. Where they can trust the throw, you have to know the fieldsman, how strong his arm is, how
The
far to the right
distance,
or left it goes.
plus the distance from the wicket.
Precisely. That's a long way out there to that boundary. Could have quite possibly completed the third with the fielder, the bowler running up to receive the throw.
Nice quicker delivery, a little bit flatter.
But that's an area that they're quite getting a lot of runs. If we look at our run chart, we will see how many runs they scored in that mid-wicket to mid-on area.
Gajada hits this in the air, just out of the reach of the skipper, closing in there, Jackson, but not able to get under the ball, and it bounced away from him, but it was well backed up in the outfield. Hit hard, and again they want the single. It's not there. He said them he's out. Well. Gajada came down the wicket, hit the ball hard, back to Shah, rather to Kanchal, and he picked it up and fired it back at the stumps. And would you believe he hit the stumps from his knees? And the batsman was short, well short of his ground. In fact, he was trying to dip the bat and he didn't really try to push it in and pay the ultimate price. So the partnership was broken. It's now 60 for 6.
And we just made mention of the running between the wickets at this level, where it doesn't seem to be that the players can judge us the singles. We didn't mention single, but we were getting to that as well. Even those sharp singles. And the bowler there, Atra, he showed in the previous delivery where he was able to put his body on the line, just a shadow to put some doubt in the batsman's mind about taking that single, and was able to deter the single. On this occasion, Gajada found himself too far down the wicket and couldn't recover, and this time Atra dropping down, picking up the ball with that right hand, springing to his feet and effecting a direct throw. Excellent bit of fielding there on his part, showing the commitment in the field, and this is what you need when you want to win games, Ruskin.
Well, it certainly was good because, I mean, he was on his knees there. He wasn't proposing to anybody, but he picked the ball up and really fired it from his knees and hit the target. The keeper was right there trying to retrieve the ball or to collect the ball. Didn't have to. The ball went straight to and hit the stumps.
The other thing we tend to see with this running between the wickets, when a batsman middles the ball, he immediately thinks it's a run and takes off. And we've seen that quite a few times, especially with Yearwood, that he would get enough bat on ball and take a few paces down the wicket as if to call for a run. So it creates doubt in the non-striker's mind as well. You need early calls, and you have also got to be cognizant of fielders and who is sharp enough to just put some doubt in your mind for these risky singles.
So 60 for 6 it is. And Yearwood now he carries even greater responsibility. He really is the man who has to stay there and try to somehow get Queen's Park back on track. They look like they were getting out of their slump with that last partnership, but that has now ended. Took it from 37 to 60. This one is in the air, just away from the bowler in his follow-through there. Shah was close, and Yearwood living a charmed life here. Somehow, when it goes to hand, they drop it, and every so often we tease them with another one that they just can't get.
I just wonder how much energy this young Rahil is saving everything for that delivery. And his follow-through is not that far down the wicket either, so he didn't seem to be able to muster enough energy to spring for that catch, but it was over his head. Yearwood living dangerously there with that one, but the score at 61 for 6. You will want to see it home.
So it is another opportunity for the DC hub to keep taking wickets. This one striking on the pad is an all appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Probably height. It might just be height doing him in there. But again, the batsman just seemed to cover it going down leg as well. Seemed to be darting down the leg side. Johan Griffith.
Good delivery there from Rahil. Cramping the batter for room, coming into him.
Again, coming into the batsman. An indication that when it hits the face of the bat, it squirts out on the onside.
At this point in the game, it's pretty much on as even.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
about 46 runs to go and 4 wickets in hand. It could go either way.
The two innings are kind of mirroring each other in a way, to some degree. Should get a single there, but they decided against it. Again, careless running. And Yearwood not really happy.
Rahil needs to be careful with his line there, straying into the leg side. There are only 2 men out on the leg side. There's a third man, no fine leg, a forward of square, and a mid-on. 7 men on the offside. You want to be careful of that leg stump.
Pitching up again. That's the wicket-taking delivery. That one was veering in at that middle stump. It just didn't go down in time. However, he takes his hat and he walks away. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 61 for 6 now.
Griffith doing well to get that one, keeping that one out. It's very much all hands on deck now for both teams. Every delivery here is going to count. A lot of concentration required. It's very hot out there.
It is, and the youngsters must be feeling the pinch right now. And but they recognize also that this is such a great opportunity for them to try and see if they could come from behind here and get a win. Yes, another one spooning up in the air, so Yearwood somehow seems to be in that type of mood where he's just going to try anything to get runs, and a lot of times he's just hitting the ball in the air, but he's getting away with it. And when he hits it to hand, they seem to drop it, so like nobody wants to catch him out.
He needs to remember the ball is turning across him. He can't be shutting that bat face too early.
Here's another good delivery. Nice line, good length.
That's a much better shot. Full face of the bat there to that spinning ball. Nice line and length from the bowler.
Giving it some air, but that's well played.
Again, that mid-on region, a lot of runs coming down that area. Can't seem to cut it out.
So now the right-handed Griffith is on strike. Coming at the fall of Gajada's wicket, run out, brilliantly run out by Kanchal.
You'll have to make the adjustment here. Now a right-hand, left-hand combination. It's coming over the wicket, making the field changes, bringing the mid-on in a bit.
Right out onto that front foot there, doing his part, Griffith.
DC Hub has brought everybody inside, keeping pressure on the batsman, not wanting to give away any singles either, to keep this man on strike.
Can he defy them? Not on this occasion, just stroking it down to mid-on. No run, end of the over. 62 for 6 now.
Not wanting to take the chance there. Griffith with a single. Knowing Atra, just seeing the last run out, how swift the bowler was able to collapse on the ball and get that throw in. Wisely not going for the single there. Yearwood would be on strike. Yearwood on 28 of 34 balls, strike rate of 82. So he's doing a job at the other end. Rahil will continue.
And Yearwood has to be mindful here now. You can't just go airy-fairy because Queen's Park is reliant on him. Probably him alone the rest of the way.
There is now a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, so he needs to try to stay there. If you get a ball to hit, well then hit it. If you don't, then just play it on merit and try to get a single, drop it by your foot and run. You go for a single. If he hits at the other end, the throw took a little while. It's a good throw, but it took him a little while to get there and then to release it. But when he did, it was a nice, accurate throw there by Goswami.
And again, an early call from Yearwood. This has been one of the assets to his running. Immediately he makes that call for quick singles and he takes off like a bullet and his partner responds, unlike in the other situation with the run out from Gajada.
That's good bowling, and they've left that gap on the onside. Maybe see the batsman will want to go across the line. The ball is in ducking. Just from his action, you could tell he likes to move the ball in towards the right-handers. And Shah again is bowling a good ball. This might be a couple of runs here. Long chase. And they only managed 2, so that's good work.
Again, with that 7-2 field, you want to stay away from that leg stump line. There are only 2 men on the onside. And that one with that inward movement that Rahil is getting into that leg stump will just push it backward of square. The fieldsman is to the left of the umpire in front of square. So that'll be runs every time. He has to maintain that consistent line that he's targeting on or about that off stump.
Cyrene passes us in the distance.
Much better. That is the areas he needs to be working at. With 2 men on the onside particularly. There is a short extra cover. A short-ish cover, not only 30-yard circle, a cover point, and backward point. And a third man. So definitely he wants to be outside of the off stump.
And bring the ball back in, see if we can open up the batsman and squeeze it between bat and pad. A full toss that he can't put away.
And even with that line, Ruskin, there is protection there. So if he does throw down that full toss, as he did just there is protection, so he can get away with it.
It's when there's no protection, then you suffer. That's his delivery. That's the one he's looking for, the one that passes between the bat and pad, and it almost took the off stump on the way through. It didn't, so he survives Griffith, and at the end of the over, it's 65 for 6.
I tell you what, when you stick to that line outside that off stump, that corridor of uncertainty, and he gets that little bit of inward movement, that is what can happen. That is how you got the batsman playing on earlier in the innings. But that ball seeping between bat and pad, that is the line that he has to maintain with that 7-2 field.
Well, it's game is really now so nicely poised. Both teams understanding the urgency.
Rahil going off the field there, I think he just completed his 5th over. So that may be the end of his bowling stint unless he comes back on to try and finish up the game down at the end. And it looks to be Vivek coming back on.
Yep.
Trying to see him away in the distance. Atra continue with his off spin to Yearwood. We see a little bit of a change in the field. I didn't notice the deep mid wicket. Well, really, Cow Corner has gone all the way back on the boundary. Was he all the way out?
Yeah, he was just protection, because especially for Yearwood, because Yearwood will swing the bat.
But that is the long side of the ground. I'm not sure he could reach him there.
Well,
if
you
it was
never
in the
know.
air. He hasn't hit a slog sweep yet, or hasn't shown signs of doing that.
I think he will. I think he will probably try to go past the bowler, but if he goes across him, then he could end up in trouble.
A very brave leave. Can only be done by a batsman that is set, knowing exactly where his off stump is.
Tailenders do that all the time. They're not too sure where their off stump is, but they leave it. But they leave it well.
They know where the off stump is. That's where they try to hit the ball when they're bowling. Top of off. Just some movement behind the bowler's arm. We have one pair in Shubu who makes his afternoon laps around the ground. I think he gets about 15 to 20 laps every day.
And again, a quicker delivery there, but yeah, we're seeing the ball probably as big as a beach ball now. Just alert to everything. Did have that big chance.
Question to you as a captain. We've seen Yearwood stroke that ball down a couple times in the air, but consistently he's been pushing that ball down to long on and getting that single. Would you be tempted to bring him up to prevent that single and put some pressure?
Well, this one is again not the direction it wants to go. Not necessarily. You still want to remember you don't have many runs to play with, so it's a calculated risk. If you didn't take it earlier, Yearwood is set now, so you don't want to give Yearwood any freebies. Let him work for anything. He's going for a quick single again, and he will get it too. Once more, the fielder is just a little bit delayed in getting across to do the fielding and return.
Griffith called immediately and set off, and Yearwood, of course, very fast between the wickets, got to the keeper's end without a problem. Griffith was getting into the danger end and made it quite comfortably in the end. Another leave outside the off stump.
A little teaser there, teaser. Just right there, just to put it out. So that completes the over. At the end of it, 67 for 6 now.
Ruskin, I would take that gamble. Bring that mid one up. Try to put Yearwood under some pressure. Try to make him do something different. He seems pretty well set. I would just try to shake him up that little bit, even if it's just for one over or a couple deliveries. Because he may not notice, and muscle memory and so on, he may tend to think in his mind that the fieldsman is still out at long on and then amble down that single, but only to realize the fieldsman is up at mid on. Just to change it up a little bit, make him do something different. Try to create something, just for a couple deliveries.
But that could be done as well. And for all you know, you might get him run out that way because the ball doesn't have to travel that far once the fieldsman releases it.
And even if the non-striker, he may hesitate, and then you have a chance at the other end as well. This is Alvin coming into the attack, replacing Rahil. He was on earlier in the previous games, but here he is now nevertheless.
Mr. Sammy, Alvin Sammy, the new bowler.
He has just about 40 runs to play with. There's a bit of delay with the umpires.
Yeah, he was just waiting. Down to third man, and again now Sammy is another bowler. He's a deceptive type of bowler. He seems very almost nonchalant when he ambles up to the wicket.
He was very successful at the QRC game. I believe he got 2 wickets in that game for very little runs. I didn't get a chance to see him bowl at the Fatima game. Here he is to Yearwood. There's a fielding change. There are now 3 men on the onside. The square leg comes across the point in that of looks like Sakit. False start there from Alvin. one turned into the onside to that man sweeping on the boundary. 3 men on the onside to Yearwood. He has a sweep on the boundary, a mid-wicket and a long one. Griffith comes in to strike now. Fielding changes over for the right hand.
I would like him to bowl like maybe 4 or 5 deliveries or bowl a lot more to Yearwood, because he is the type of bowler that will challenge Yearwood. And another full toss that is pushed away for a quick single.
That mid-off fieldsman has been a defensive fieldsman, set on the 30-yard ring for most of the game. So anything pushed down to him, it's a quick single, a safe quick single, and Griffith taking advantage, bringing Yearwood back onto strike. Let's see the challenge here now. This is what Ruskin Mark has been looking forward to.
If he can pitch it and go across him. And again, he's trying to go offside, but it ends up at a long one.
Not quite a straight bat. Bat coming sweeping across from maybe second slip into the onside. There he rehearses the shot again where he should be. And we see the bat directed through where cover would be as he rehearses the shot at the non-striker's end.
A lot of bottom hand, and it's sometimes it's just the timing is off because he's trying to rush the ball, and it may not be there.
Yes, definitely. When you're going across the line, you reduce the chances of timing and middling the ball. You're trying to get 2 planes to meet that shouldn't be meeting.
One is moving faster than the other. He is again pitching up. He wants a single, but it's not there. He has to go back, and almost didn't get back in time. So Griffith living dangerously there, but he survives, and as the over comes to an end, 71 for 6 at the end of it.
You don't want to be taking quick singles to Wesley Jackson in that inner ring. He's fast, he's predator-like. He has a number 47 on his back. So just that number alone, you're taking chances.
So again, I think the youngsters must be feeling so much better about themselves. They only made 107, so they might have been very disappointed with that. But they're putting up a good fight, and you still have to pinch yourself really to when you say that this is a team of youths from Baltimore, Maryland, just outside of the Washington D.C. area. Playing a cricket match at the Queen's Park Oval. A couple of years ago, you wouldn't even think about something like that happening, but here we are.
That was one of the visions of the former QRC boy Kancham Chotu when he migrated to Maryland. This is what he had envisioned for that county.
This one hit hard and actually hit the stump. Now they're going to have to run because the ball ricocheted from that stump at the non-strikers end. I don't think the bowler got a hand to it. And Yearwood is looking to the heavens as if to say, why did I hit it so straight? That was 4 runs. The moment it left the bat, you only got a single. Cool.
There are 7 districts around that area. And across all levels from under 13 to under 19, there were 1,000 cricketers. And they have managed to pool those areas into clubs. And this is one of those clubs you see coming out. Well, it's a combination of 2 clubs, actually. 2 of the players are out of Virginia. And 7 of them, I believe, are out of a club called Soca. Would you believe it? Named Kamchan Chotu gave them the name.
This one is put in the air again, and you're going to have to hurry. Whoa, the return again, just a little bit off. So Griffith and Yearwood living dangerously at times, and but they're still there.
Couple of chances there actually. One with the aerial shot, secondly with the run. Griffith didn't realize that the fieldsman was on it in a flash and could have thrown down the stumps. The throw was wide. Had it been a little closer to the bowler, he would have been in real trouble.
Reaching for that one, but getting it well into the gap. That's 4 runs. Nobody's catching up with that.
It seems we waited all day to see Yearwood play that shot through the covers. He's been so strong on the onside with much of his stroke play.
This time we see one crash through the covers there, sped all the way down to the boundary, and an excellent looking shot and result. 4 runs now to the Queen's Park team as they inch closer to that target.
Moving up all the time. 40 runs.
You see that deep mid wicket is just 3/4 away. He's not all the way on the boundary, just in a fraction. I think that is a better position than previous over, where he was right out onto the boundary.
This one is again, he's bowled him. It went right through there, probably off the pad, and just clipped the off stump. And that is the wicket that they were looking for. He's the danger man. Here it is again. Yes, off the pad and onto the stump. And you could see the celebration at the non-strikers end there as they celebrate a big wicket there. Kanchal bowling. Yearwood, finally he goes.
We spoke about it earlier when he was trying to do that, closing the bat face a little fraction too early to that ball spinning away from him. There he tried to do it again, and the ball gripped and spun, and he played around it and lost his off stump, and a good knock comes to an end.
Yeah, but he always gave the bowlers a chance. That's the thing in this innings. He was never seemed like he was in. He always had the idea that he had to do something. You know, he just had a wonderful back foot drive that went for 4. You know, but even then you would think, all right, now he'll settle in and really kick on. And here we are, a couple balls after. He is back in the pavilion, so it's game on again. 77 now for 7.
This is a weakness we tend to see in a lot of Caribbean players. They get a boundary, and they tend to want to hit the other ball for a boundary again. This is where temperament comes in. If a bowler is hit for a boundary, he's going to concentrate and be that much more focused the next delivery. You need to reciprocate that as well, and not try a risky shot, particularly at this stage of the game.
Well, Parkites are down in the dregs right now, so they have to dig deep here to avoid a defeat. But a victory for the DC Hub would be their 3rd on tour so far, with a big game against Board 11 tomorrow at the National Cricket Centre.
Yeah, they take on the Trinidad and Tobago. The current Trinidad and Tobago under 16 team is off on tour to the regional tournament. So we will be playing against a reserve team at the national level, which is also a formidable team, because there are so many talented players at that level, and these players would have been trained from national coaches. So it's not going to be an easy match again. And that game will take place at the National Cricket Centre.
Jordan Mohammed is the new batsman, and stifled appeal, but I don't think he was in danger there.
Mohammed did well with his off spinners from the Brian Lara end. Now he'll have to come and save the team with the bat.
Well, it happens all the time. You do well with the ball, chances are you might factor with the bat also, but kudos again to Kanchal and the rest of the gang. Kanchal getting that big wicket, that's a crucial breakthrough for them. Now the question is, can they keep pressing here? Maybe this is the time you feel that the captain might consider bringing himself on just to try to see if he could run through a couple of wickets here in the dregs and end it before somebody comes and plays a blinder and take them over the line.
I was surprised to see he didn't bring himself on earlier. I would have tried to rotate my bowlers, my fast bowlers at least, in 2 over bursts with such a low total. But he's experienced, he knows his players and what they're capable of.
And this one is going off a thick outside edge. Griffith again, just living a charmed life.
And who are we to question? It's 7-7 for 7. He clearly knows what he's doing.
So that brings the right-handed Jordan Mohammed up on strike. Faced just 1 ball at the top end, now he's at the bottom end. And just coming inside of his wicket, turning it nicely. And it's going to get a couple. So
One of the things I think we don't focus enough on at the youth level is to give our lower order batsmen enough time in the net sessions or practice batting, and batting against quality bowling. Usually the top order bats and the opening bowlers bowl at them for an hour or so, and then coming late down in the sessions, then you get the tailenders and the lower order batsmen coming in to get a knock and not quite facing the quality bowling that the openers would have to face.
here's this one. That's a good shot. That's glorious. That's 4 runs. He was down on one knee and stroked it past the left-handed man at mid-off, down to the boundary for 4.
And that shot alone would remove any label of a tailender to his name. That was struck gloriously, down on one knee, off drive, piercing the field, full flourish of the bat, 4 runs all the way. Quite accomplished with the ball and with the bat here as well.
So let's see what adjustments Sami can make.
Games such as these limited over encounters, T20s, you always have a high dependency on the batsmen coming in at 8, 9 and 10 to finish games for you. If you're chasing or to set a proper total when they're batting, if you lose early wickets.
Again, looking to put it away, a slight bubble in the field, and they'll take a single.
He's just turning his head away, taking his eyes off the ball in the outfield, as if to suggest there was a rough spot there that the ball may have just hit, rolling down to him there at backward point.
We've seen a lot of that though, players getting to the ball, and this one goes right through again, not out, says the umpire, but that's the delivery that he bowls. It really slides on to you, comes off quickly, comes off the wicket, got some bonks there, but it's the end of the over. 85 now for 7.
Looks like we may see a bowling change from the Brian Lara end now. Deepak 1 for 19 from 6. Or he'll continue. Into his 7th over, he'll be bowling to Muhammad. All fieldsmen in the ring. Can't pierce the offside. All the pressure on him, nobody in the outfield. Everybody trying to keep him on strike, cut that single out.
It's another quick delivery right up in the block hole, and because Mohammed is a little bit upright at the crease, that delivery right up to him could create a problem. And he's driving this time. He takes off for the single, and they'll get it too, because the return has to come the long way up from mid-off, and the batsman will get one more.
Mohammed hit that ball to the right of Wesley at extra cover, hesitated a fraction, but saw that the ball had to go. The ball was to the left of the mid-off, and then called for the run.
And another big, powerful booming drive there, coming from Griffith. And the ball just trickles, doesn't even get off the square. 86 for 7. He should just one in the air. That's how he's dropped it. Well. He had the catch, and would you believe it came right back out again. Lily had it in his hands, and he couldn't finish the catch. When the elbow hit the ground, it bumped out.
What an effort by Lele. He worked so hard with the ball, did everything right. Upon impact with the ground, however, he lost the ball, just bubbling out of his hands with the impact. Looks very despondent there now. But a very top effort to get there, get his hands straight, but couldn't hold on.
Nice change-up delivery there, just bouncing a little bit of turn, and not much else. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's 86 for 7.
DC Hub fighting on but not doing themselves any favors. Tough chance, but you've got to hold on to those. It'll be a nice learning experience for these kids. It's not just all about winning, it's learning how to build character through these little bit of disappointments. And that was certainly a tough one there for him.
Yeah, they will have days like that when no matter what they do, it doesn't seem to come off, especially in the field sometimes, and the ball follows you when you're kind of down and you're locked, almost as if to punish you.
If it's still there hanging on, 6 runs off of 19 balls. Again a 7 to field to Alvin. Little bit of a delay.
Not quite sure what is the field change. They're going to take out the man from that short third man and put him in at mid-wicket. Well, let's see if they can continue. That's a good shot again, but no power. For some reason, he seems to lose the power. And especially if he's trying to play it through the offside, he just can't seem to generate the power going in that direction. Maybe if he's coming with the tide on the onside, he might get some more. It goes right through him again, and once again, it wasn't too far from that off stump.
Bottom hand taking over there, losing his shape somewhat. You've got to get that left elbow high and play through the line of the ball. Get that left leg across. Get your shoulder and eyes over to cover the line of the delivery.
Let's see if he tries again. This time, trying to go the other way. Maybe just trying to get him to chase one outside that off stump.
20 overs gone.
Mm-hmm.
Halfway there in terms of overs. Game may not go all the way. Can't really see it going to the 40th over. That man coming into mid-wicket there, just a string in the onside. That one played out to him, no run. Alvin very much bowling to his field.
Again.
Much better looking shot this time. Getting his head over the ball. Straight bat. Solid looking forward defense there, played on to mid-on. Griffith showing good patience here, not trying to force the issue. Just looking around to see where his next run will come from, waiting for that mistake from the bowler. He's there battling again to Alvin.
He's going for the quick single. He's going to have to hurry, and but the return again, just a little bit delayed to get to the ball and to release it. And by that time, the batsman were able to complete another quick single. So one by one, it's coming up. And at the end of the over, it's 88 for 7. So if you just see there, that's a beautiful straight drive there, or just more or less an on drive, and placing it nicely down to the boundary for 4 runs. And so Griffith trying to blast his way out here now. They're into the 90s. 93 for 7 now.
A bit of a fielding change there with that shot. The long on, the mid on rather, staying back on the boundary at long on now. Trying to preserve runs.
Yeah, is there another twist in this deal here now? It's this ball almost going back to the bowler. And Griffith again.
Deepak has been good to his own bowling, fielding to his own bowling.
Yeah, there's no better person to field for than your own bowling.
If you expect the fielders to take your catches, you have to take your own as well.
Yep. But they really will look back at this and say, man, the amount of catches we put down today. Quicker delivery, but too far outside the off stump. And the wicketkeeper took it plumb on the shin.
He's trying something different. He's thinking, he's trying to fabricate something here.
And very watchful is Griffith, and the over at the end of it, 93 for 7 now, and so they're just 15 away from victory.
Deepak bowled out. That was his last over, bowling 8, taking 1 for 25. A very good spell from him.
Mm-hmm.
Here we see the bowling change now. The captain bringing himself on in the crunch time of the innings. Wesley Jackson. His dad coaching the team out of Maryland. We'll be very proud of his performances thus far. He'll have his work cut out here. The 3 wickets left to go. Mohammed will be on strike. He's bowling pretty much to the same field. Third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, 7-2 field. And that mid wicket fieldsman there. 2 on the onside.
So we were calling for him, but he's finally here into the attack. And that's gone for 4 wides. Well, not the way to start.
Not the start you want to have from the captain. Shoulders dropping, players on the floor. Very wide down the leg side and gone for 4.
So that's 98 now for 7. So they're 10 away from their victory target. Still have 3 wickets in hand. So, but I was saying they will look back at this and say they have only themselves to blame if they come up short here, because they had their chances. They got the perfect start. They had 4 wickets down in double quick time. And there's another one that 2 could go close, if not into the boundary. That's 4 more. And it's buys this time. So
Curious call there. That seemed down the leg side.
So not the best of efforts there from Kotale. Just seemed to stick his foot down rather than really go across with any real conviction, although the ball was dying on him.
All seems to be falling apart here now. spoke so much about him with the ball, and then his first two deliveries. See if he can come back in this over. Build some pressure. Mohammed is doing well, so is Griffith.
Yep, it's 102 for 7 now. So 6 runs needed. 3 wickets into. Can Jackson do something here? Won't get anything there. So, but it has to be said that the youngsters they can't be disgraced at all. They fought hard. They didn't make as many runs as they would like, but the bowlers gave them a chance. The catches just didn't stick today. On another day, they might very well get. He's going to have to run hard, and the return is to the wicketkeeper's end. But by that time, they were able to complete the single. 103 now.
It was always going to be an uphill task to try and defend this total. They had a brilliant start. They gave it their all, first 20 overs of the innings. But for those 2 missed chances, that could have possibly made a difference. But then again, this is the game of cricket. And 1 run, 1 wicket makes a difference. Yeah.
Full toss that can't put away. So it remains 103 for 7 now.
At least the players could look back at their experience at the Queen's Park Oval and said they gave it their all, fighting down to the wire. They almost brought it home, managed to take 7 wickets.
And defending a small total.
Coaches and they, of course, would have their pointers about where they can improve, where it went wrong, and try to build from the experience. It's the first time this outfit are playing on turf wicket. They played AstroTurf their whole life, so it's the first time they would have been experienced playing on the turf wickets. And this one being the best of the wickets they faced so far would have been a little bit disappointing with the score they posted batting first.
So 103 for 7 now. So they're just about there, Queen's Park. 5 away. And this one is hit in the air. That too is going to go close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to go into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. So the scores are level. 107 for 7. So just the 1 run now to see them home, to make sure. Vivek Batula.
Yep. So Vivek coming on, getting a taste of bowling at the Queen's Park Oval. Doesn't have much runs to play with. See if he can make an impact, create a memory.
Yeah, nothing like some late heroics. And this one is in the air. He could get the wicket, and he does. Well. With the scores tied, would you believe it? Mohammed trying to end it in style. Instead, gives his wicket away. It's 107 now for 8.
Having my Brian Lara moment, calling the wicket risking mark. And he makes a memory, as Marshall Montana would say. Let's make a memory, and he did that, picking up his first wicket on tour on his wicket here at the Queen's Park Oval. What I'm sure he won't forget for a long time.
So Batula coming up with the wicket. Now all they need him to do is to take a hat trick now. Maybe you get a super over.
Is there anything left in it? Still Ruskin.
Cricket is a strange game, you know. I've always told people that I say you never could tell what will happen.
One more wicket Ruskin, and I'll quote Brian Lara again. We've got our game on.
It takes one ball to get a wicket. Is there some excitement left in the end?
Is there something? Is there another twist here?
All of the Queen's Park players already gathered at the foot of the stairs, waiting to come and meet and greet at the end of the game.
Yeah, they were ready to run on to celebrate the victory. But they just had to wait a little while longer. As Stalin would say, wait, Dorothy, wait.
Reminds me of that infamous Manchester game where Manchester United thought they won the league. But for
Manchester
one man
City.
named Aguero.
Yeah.
Kun Aguero.
So they have another twist here. Can they now figure out a way to get another wicket? And almost going through, and the hands go up as the bat was coming down. Very, very late indeed, and certainly a little bit of anxiety there.
Now on number 45.
Yep.
On his back, the batsman. Tyrese Lawrence.
And he hits this one almost, hit it in the air, Lawrence. This one is hit in the air, and he's out caught. The same field has done it again. Straight to him, a mid wicket. And would you believe it? He's hit it straight down the throat. Is that Alvin Sammy standing there? And Sammy has accepted it yet again.
9 wickets down, Ruskin. We have a game on, Ruskin. We have a game. Lifting Vivek up into the air there. Is there a twist in the tail? This glorious game of cricket, glorious uncertainties. And what a finish we're having here, worthy of the Queen's Park Oval, worthy of two teams battling it out at the under-16 level here. The game is going to go down to the last wicket. Both teams giving their all in the field with their bowling and fighting to the very end. What a game.
The question is, how many deliveries left in this over? One more. So it's 107 for 9 now. And there is a new batsman coming to the crease. So yeah, it has to be Juman because he was the only one not there. And if he gets out,
Kadir Juman, father, son of Zahir Juman out of Hillview College, has to score the winning run with one ball left in this over. More overs to come though. But all the pressure would be on this young man. Well, fortunately, it's the end of the over.
but that's the thing. Because I was hoping he would have had to face the first up.
What an anticlimax.
Yeah, they needed one ball. I really thought that they had a ball left in the over, but no, they don't.
So this is Atra coming on to bowl, I believe. Number 10. Artava, who opened the batting.
Yep.
He's coming to finish it for his captain and his team. Seems he's a leg spinner. Leg spin is gold, as they say in this format of the game, limited overs. Let's see the field. There's a slip. There's a point, cover point.
But it's hard to bring on a bowler first up, and you're trying to see if you can get the last wicket.
Well, there are 3 men on the onside, and Griffith is there facing up to the leg spinner who will bowl his first ball for the day. Let's see.
And immediately he drops on a good line, on a good length.
She's
And
Shannon Gabriel, last ball against Pakistan.
if he can pick up a wicket here, that Queen's Park bench will sink. They all anticipating the celebration. He's bowled him, did he? He stumped him out. Not out, tells the umpire. Well, he played at it, he missed it. And he luckily had that back foot planted there. That would have been great.
I can imagine all the parents and all the supporters back home at Maryland would have been on the edge of their
Oh,
seats,
man.
jumping into the air, thinking that was out stumped. Everyone seemed certain except the umpire.
Yeah, I thought originally I thought he got bowled, because when I saw him miss the ball, I said, well, yeah, it's going to hit the stumps now, because he played all around it. Watch out where the bat is coming from. Missed it just outside, but look at the back foot. He just dragged it in time, and that is what saved him here. And here he couldn't get the run out. They were aiming again for something. So it's all happening here.
We don't have a side-on view there.
Real drama in this one. The whole Queen's Park outfit on the edge of the coast of the ground. Playing a vote this time. Not out, says the umpire. Well. So, it's the second time they call on the umpire, and he says not out.
Very interesting first over from Atra. Spot on with his line and length and loop. Pitching and getting that turn, dragging, it seems, the batsman out of his crease. The batsman somehow managing to anchor his back leg.
Keep that back foot behind the line. So one more to go. Can he finish it off here now? Can he get the 10th and final wicket? The scores are level. This is to win the match. And he kept it out. Still another delivery to go, so the drama isn't over just yet.
Spare thought for the man of the non-strikers then. One ball to go, he'll have to face it.
Yep.
This is
Everybody is within catch me distance. He hit it, and that's it. Just out of the reach of the man at mid-on. And Griffith has won it for Queen's Park with a big hit for a boundary. That will make it 111 for 9, and victory to the Parkites by 1 wicket. When you look at it again, it was a full toss, asking to be hit. He had more than enough time to get under it. He attempted that shot a couple of times and missed them. This time it was high enough. He got to it early enough and got it into the gap for the boundary. So the first defeat for the DC Hub on tour. Their record now is 2-1. But this was a thrilling encounter right down to the wire, and even in this last over it could have gone either way. We could have had a super over for all you know. But what an interesting game, and I think the players will be justifiably proud. Disappointed, yes, but I think they could still hold their heads high. They really gave it a go, and but for a few drop catches, they might very well have pulled off a stunning victory here.
I think all in all, DC Hub can say they got what they wanted out of the game, the experience. They got their batting tested, they got their bowling tested, and as well they got their fielding tested. So now they know what they are like against a tougher opposition. And they should be proud of the effort they put in the second innings here to compete. And that is what you want to see. That the players, these young men, can take the initiative to compete and challenge to win a game. And it's cricket. It's a glorious day for cricket. It was a glorious match. Not a lot of runs to play with. A lot of excitement out there for the kids. A lot of excitement out for their fans and parents back home in Maryland. And all in all, it was an excellent performance and a good day of cricket. In spurts, the game had its moments, and the players can be proud of the chances that they took and the way they performed. All in all, Ruskin.
It certainly is, and what is good to see, the both teams, huddled down there, and they all probably saying a little prayer, having a little chat. It was played in a very friendly manner, good spirit, and good sportsmanship. You saw them talking to each other and complimenting each other, So it's good to see that in spite the heat of battle, they could still shake hands and maybe just chat about performances and probably look forward to when next they meet again, maybe even off the field, because at the end of the day, that is, you make lifelong friends playing sport, and when you come from a different country, a different culture, and you meet other people, you tend to learn more about them, and it just kind of broadens your horizon. And I think that is one of the big things I really wish for these youngsters to take back with them when they go home.
Yeah, I think the Maryland Cricket Association can be proud of the team that they have sent. I think they have marked themselves as a spot on the calendar for touring teams from Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, because there is a team participating in Barbados currently as we speak. The under-19 team is there. So definitely Maryland will be added to the calendar for teams from the Caribbean to tour and get that exposure, because we know the game is gravitating, I shouldn't say gravitating towards the US, but there's a lot more competitive cricket being played in the US. And this only bodes well for the sport. The sport is getting pushed to the length and breadth of the world, and it's getting competitive all across the globe. So it's a fine exhibition for the game of cricket. The game was played within the spirit of cricket. There was a lot of camaraderie out there. There was no sledging of any kind. And it was all in all a good performance and a good experience. And we look forward to seeing the Maryland team out at the National Cricket Center in the future. Well, on tomorrow, actually.
Well, it certainly was a fine game indeed. Lele had 4 overs, 2 for 10. And he was very impressive indeed. Kandadai, his 4 overs cost him 23 runs, but he also had 2 wickets. And he too bowled well. Shah, 1 for 19 from his 5 overs. And you also had Gorantla, his 8 overs cost him 25 runs and 1 wicket. Certainly was a bowler that on another day could have had a few more. Alvin Sami, his 3 overs cost 14 runs, no wickets. And you had Wesley Jackson, his 1 over cost 6 runs. But he had those 4 wides that really hurt, came at a critical time. And of course Vivek Batula, who bowled that magical over at the end there, and really almost created some kind of history there. He had 2 for 4, and certainly I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him when they play tomorrow. So tomorrow they will be at the National Cricket Center in Balmain, Couva, against a Trinidad under-16 unit, an outfit, not the first team, but they'll certainly play a bunch of talented youngsters. And then on Friday, they'll head to Naparima College in San Fernando. I'm Ruskin Mark on behalf of the entire team. Thank you so much. And we look forward to your company again come tomorrow morning, when we'll have more coverage for you right here on 360 TV.